Hola, धोबड़ियाल सर, कोई इशू है सर?
नहीं नहीं, कोई अभी तो कोई इश्यू नहीं है। ठीक है।
जो
ओनली
जो यूट्यूब लिंक है सर, जो यूट्यूब लिंक है, यूट्यूब लिंक मैं तो फैकल्टीज के बीच में सर्कुलेट कर दिया हूँ, जो हम डीन सर के पास जो मेल
ओके
उसको मैं रिप्लाई कर दिया हूँ। जो
ओके, थैंक
को मेल गया है वहाँ पे अगर इस लिंक को भी सर सर्कुलेट कर दिया जाए।
ज्यादातर जगह कर दिया हमने सर्कुलेट उसको।
अच्छा, तो स्टूडेंट्स जो जुड़ा हुआ है इस वेबिनार में, आप लोग यूट्यूब लिंक के थ्रू भी आप लोग अटेंड कर सकते हो।
बस विशेष आप जुड़ रहे हैं 5 मिनट के अंदर ही।
अच्छा,
सर मैं स्टूडेंट्स को फॉरवर्ड करती हूँ लिंक, यूट्यूब लिंक।
हाँ यस मैम, आप स्टूडेंट्स को फॉरवर्ड करें। ऑल्दो स्टूडेंट्स आर,
हाँ ऑलरेडी लिंक भी भेज चुकी हूँ। आई कैन शेयर द
यूट्यूब लिंक शेयर कर दीजिए मैडम बच्चों को।
इधर से चैट बॉक्स पे मैंने डाल दिया, बाकी तो दुबरियाल सर शेयर कर चुके हैं, इसको भी कॉपी करके अब शेयर कर सकते।
साहब को एडमिट करिए।
डोबरियाल साहब, अरुणाचलम साहब को एडमिट करिए, और कहीं एडमिट नहीं हो पा रहे।
नहीं, बोल दिया मैंने, हो गया सर। डॉक्टर तरुण और तनुज। हाँ
यस सर, यस सर।
गुड मॉर्निंग सर, अरुणाचलम साहब, गुड मॉर्निंग।
नमस्कार सर।
नमस्कारम, नमस्कारम। हैप्पी वेटलैंड्स डे टू एवरीवन।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक
लेकिन आप सब जमीन के ऊपर बैठे हैं, हम सोचा वेटलैंड में बैठे होंगे।
यू। No new people will take us in wetland, no sir.
वो भी ठीक है। मैं तो आप लोगों का पीछे का वेटलैंड में जाके देख के आ रहा था कि क्या क्या आ रहे हैं वहाँ चिड़िया।
ओके।
बढ़िया।
नमस्कार सर, नमस्कार सर।
नमस्कार, नमस्कार साहब, नमस्कार, नमस्कार। वेलकम महेश्वरी जी।
थैंक यू सर। हाय अरुणाचलम सर, आई होप यू रिमेम्बर मी।
Absolutely, absolutely. Good morning.
Morning sir.
Happy to see you 2022.
Yeah.
Good morning, Namir sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
So
Arunachal sir,
welcome,
good morning.
Good morning, Namir Saab.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Good morning.
All right. Good morning, Namish sir. Finally.
डोबरियाल साहब हमारे शिव कुमार साहब
काजीरंगा नेशनल पार्क में प्रोग्राम चल रहा है, तो he will join little late.
Arunachalam sir, namaskaram.
So nice.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Wonderful, wonderful.
डॉक्टर डोबरियाल साहब डॉक्टर गोल्डन को थोड़ा इंटर कर
हैं सर, जुड़े हुए हैं?
नहीं, अभी 20 मिनट डिस्कनेक्ट हो गए थे.
He's in the meeting, sir. Sir is in the meeting. He has joined, sir.
हाँ, he joined.
Sir has joined.
सर ज्वाइन कर रखे हैं, गोल्डन साहब ज्वाइन किए हुए हैं.
थोड़ा ऑनरेबल वीसी साहब के ऊपर देख लीजिए. ज्वाइन कराते हैं, शुरू करेंगे. गोल्डन साहब ज्वाइन कर लिए हैं.
Yes, I have joined.
Yeah, most welcome, sir. Most welcome, Golden sir. Good morning.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah.
तनुज, डॉक्टर तनुज,
यस सर प्लीज।
वीसी साहब को एडमिट नहीं किया
सर रिक्वेस्ट आया नहीं सर अभी तक।
कह रहे हैं बैठे हैं ऑन करके, जरा देख लो।
अच्छा ओके, बट मैं देख रहा हूँ तो नहीं आए, कोई बात नहीं, मैं देख।
अभिषेक को फोन करो ना।
यस सर, यस सर, यस सर।
डॉक्टर विजय लक्ष्मी,
रिक्वेस्ट आया नहीं सर अभी तक।
कह रहे हैं बैठे हैं ऑन करके, जरा देख लो।
Sir, then should I start?
डॉक्टर तनुज,
यस सर, यस सर। अभी ज्वाइन किए सर, विजय सर ज्वाइन किए।
डॉक्टर विजय लक्ष्मी सर, shall we start सर?
ऑनरेबल वीसी सर ज्वाइन कर लें।
कर लिया ज्वाइन सर।
सर स्क्रीन पर देख नहीं रहा हूँ सर।
या मैं पॉइंट करता हूँ सर। यस सर।
गुड मॉर्निंग सर।
गुड मॉर्निंग सर।
गुड मॉर्निंग, गुड मॉर्निंग।
डॉक्टर
Okay,
यू
sir.
आर म्यूट सर, यू आर म्यूट, प्लीज अनम्यूट कीजिए।
So let me start the program. A very good morning, everyone. Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Professor Arvind Kumar, guest of honors, Dr. A. Arnachalam Sir, Director ICI at AFRI. Then our next guest of honor, Dr. Goldin Quadros, Principal Scientist, Second Coimbatore. Then the invited speakers, the panelists of today's technical sessions, Dr. A.K. Pandey Sir, Dean College of Horticulture and Forestry, Dean College of Agriculture, Dr. S.K. Chaturvedi Sir, Director Research Sir, Director Extension Education Sir, and Director Education Sir, Dr. Anil Kumar Sir, University Librarian Sir, I don't know if they are there, and head of the departments and all the organizers of today's function, the faculty members of Rani Lakshmi Bai Central Agricultural University, the students of this university, and all the participants, whoever is attending this webinar across the country, who has joined us today for the national webinar on wetlands, action for people and nature. So Rani Lakshmi Bai Central Agricultural University, Jhansi, is hosting this webinar on the occasion of Wetland Day 2022 in order to embrace the importance of wetlands with an objective to enlighten its importance among us and to stress the need of taking action to ensure the conservation and sustainable use of wetlands for human and planetary health. So, and the theme of Wetland Day 2022 strictly fits this need of the hour. So that is wetlands action for people and nature. And today's webinar, it is also revolved around these. So every year on the 2nd of February, we celebrate World Wetlands Day to raise global awareness about the high importance of wetlands for people and our planet. So this day also marks the date of the adoption of the Convention of Wetlands on the 2nd Feb 1971 in the Iranian city of Ramsar. So 2nd Feb 2022 is again the first year that World Wetlands Day will be observed as a United Nations International Day following its adoption by the General Assembly on 30th August 2021 in a resolution co-sponsored by 75 other member states. So with this note, now I would like to welcome all of you in this inaugural session of today's webinar and start the program officially by inviting the patron of today's webinar, Dr. A.K. Pandey Sir, Dean College of Horticulture and Forestry, RLBCAU, for his inaugural address. Please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi. Very good morning. Most honored Vice Chancellor, Professor Arvind Kumar Sahab, Vice Chancellor Rani Lakshmi Bai Central Agriculture University, Jhansi, and Chief Guest of today's program. Guest of honor, Dr. Arnachalam Sahab, Director, COFRI, Dr. Goldin Sahab, Guest of honor from Second Coimbatore, my colleague, Dean Dr. S.K. Chaturvedi, Dean College of Agriculture, Director Education Dr. Anil Kumar Sahab, Director Research, Dr. A.R. Sharma Sahab, Director Extension Education, Dr. S.S. Singh Sahab, Librarian, Dr. Kushwaha Sahab, all my esteemed faculty members, my colleague, Dr. Gabriel Sahab, all participants who are participating on the very important occasion of World's Wetland Day. As Dr. Vijayalakshmi has said that this year's theme of wetland is Wetlands Actions for People and Nature. And very important occasions, and Rani Lakshmibai Central Agriculture University, right from its establishment, celebrates this festival, rather I will say festival, very important occasion that is highly related with the nature and cause of this your nature. It's a beginning in 1971 in Ramsar city of Iranian, and 50 years it has completed. Last year we celebrated its golden jubilee years of World Wetlands Day. Though the first World Wetland Day was celebrated on 2nd February 1997, and right from 1997 every year we are celebrating, and almost 171 countries on the planets, they are celebrating these programs. How this wetland is the important? I say wetland is a mother of water. It is a cradle of biodiversity. And if wetland is intact, our aquifers are intact. Globally, we are having a very limited wetlands area. Almost Earth's only 4% that is covered under to wetlands. And it nurtures almost 7 to 8% up to this your carbon sink. And further, I will say that how this type of program, this type of awareness has given a good thoughts for saving to this your wetland. In 1971, when first conference was attended by only limited countries of only 40 countries, and now 171 countries have come under the umbrella of wetlands. And almost 6 international bodies are collaborated with these wetlands programs. And presently its headquarters has been shifted to this your Switzerland. And Switzerland has taken, headquarters has taken a good lead in maintaining to this your wetland globally. Presently more than 2,400 sites, as it is said, Ramsar sites has been nominated, and almost 254 million hectare land have been protected with this accord or with these agreements. And India has been fortunate that right from 1971, it participated in the first programs and actively monitoring, participating, and maintaining its wetlands. Presently, 47 Ramsar sites are in the country, and where we are sitting at Rani Lakshmibai Central Agriculture University, that is nestling between 2 of the important states, Uttar Pradesh and Madhya Pradesh. And UP has credit to have maximum number of Ramsar sites, 9 number of Ramsar sites. If wetlands are intact, then our aquifer is full of with the water, and our if water is intact, our agriculture is having sufficient water for to its productions and for every cause of this. So giving attentions on maintaining to wetlands. That is one very and first requirement of agriculture, that is the water. And how climatic changes we are visualizing, and wetlands are, if intact, maintained, then it will address the most of abnormalities that is causing to this your climatic change. Wetlands is giving numerous services to these your people. It is it is maintaining to biodiversity up to this year, whether that is the terrestrial biodiversity or aquatic biodiversity. That is a livelihood of a number of people surrounding to this your wetland. As I recall to this your very good livelihood conditions of people's residing in Loktak Lake up to this your Manipur. Same way, very good part to this your tourism, such as Keoladev National Park in Rajasthan and in some other places also. So wetland is the very important, and at any cost we should nurture, we should maintain it. Today we are celebrating this webinar as per the given call of wetlands, call for people and nature. And I am happy to share all you participants that today's chief guest and Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Arvind Kumar Sahab. He is a known authority in the field of agriculture. He is the very visionary person, and that is his vision that we are sitting at Rani Lakshmibai Central Agriculture University comes under to this your Bundelkhand region, that is the arid regions, drought-prone regions. But his plan and his vision, how this Bundelkhand agriculture can go further without any hindrance, more than 1,000 more than coming years, with the surplus of water, with the integrating all natural resources. That is his vision. So, sir, I welcome this very important program of wetlands celebrations. My guest of honor, Dr. Arunachal Sahab, is a known environmentalist. Presently, he is the director of Central Agroforestry Research Institute. If the forest is intact, wetlands are intact, vice versa. And I welcome you, sir. You give always cooperations, and you give your valuable thoughts for organizing such type of these your programs. Today's my one of the guest of honor, Dr. Goldin. Though we requested to Dr. Murli Dharan Sahab, Director SECON. You all participants know that Salim Ali Center for Ornithology and Natural History. It is a premier organization under the Ministry of Environment and Forest that is taking the care of to these your birds. And we don't know, particularly I will say that our knowledge towards this your ornithology or towards this your birds, that is very meager. And I appreciate this your functioning of SECON institutes. And I was looking to this your brief CV of Dr. Goldin Sahab. He's a very excellent worker. I was looking at how number of the projects he has handled and how nicely he has covered to this your this birds creature. You all know that more than 1,500 bird species, and mostly this your wetlands is the very much important part to these your migratory birds. We don't know that birds are, whether that is the fruitivorous or insectivorous or herbivorous, and how these your wetlands by number of way up to this your food traffic that is maintaining this creature, and how these your birds are helpful to this your maintaining our biodiversity, and how they are maintaining to this your as a very good role they are playing part to this your as a plant protection measures that are a number of to these your issues. And I welcome Dr. Goldin Sahab for a very important address during these inaugural sessions. Dear participants, today I'm happy to share that in whole day programs, we are going to organize 2 important technical sessions further, I am happy to inform that very stalwarts in the field, Dr. Namir Saab, who is Dean College of Forestry at Kerala Agriculture University, who is giving support as a panelist. Dr. P. Sivsankar, he's a IFS man and presently at Kaziranga. So right from Kerala to this your Assam, we are connecting to these your people. Dr. ML Thakur from ESP State Biodiversity Board, he has accepted our request for delivering the lecture. Dr. Adil Qazi Sahab from Navsari University, and same way Dr. Anil Gupta Sahab, he gave his consent to this your deliver how these your wetland are good for to managing the drought and flood conditions. We all know that how this your country is facing the problems in number of these your parts in Bihar to this your even in urban areas we are getting to these your artificial floods because we have not taken care of to these your wetlands. So there are a number of issues related to this your today's program. With these words, I once again welcome to our worthy Vice Chancellor, Professor Arvind Kumar Sahab, who has given his kind consent to address today's webinar, and both the guest of honor, Dr. Arunachalam Sahab, Dr. Goldin, and all my these are panelists, very learned speakers, and all participants, my colleagues and faculty members to participate on today's very important occasions. Once again, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for briefing about the importance of wetlands and also giving a brief introduction about all the case for today's function. Right, as rightly said by sir, wetlands, it is the cradle of biodiversity. With wetlands intact, our aquifer will be intact for future use. So now going forward, our guest of honor, Dr. S. Muralidharan sir, the director Sequon Coimbatore, due to an unforeseen reason, he couldn't attend today's webinar as the guest of honor. So in place of him, from the same institute, Dr. Goldin Kodros will be representing and will be acting as our guest, one of the guests of honor for today's function. So now I would like to invite one of Sir Dr. Goldin Kodros, Principal Scientist, Wetland Ecology Division, Sequon, Coimbatore. But before officially inviting Sir for the address, I would like to give a brief introduction about him. So Dr. Goldin Sir have been working with Sequon as senior scientist since 2011, August 2011, in the wetland ecology. And prior to joining this, Sequon, I heard Sir Dr. Kodros have worked with several institutions, the immediate one being the WWF India, where he has worked as a senior education officer and officiating state director. Sir has graduated from Mumbai University and has presently been involved with 5 research projects, and he has already completed 11 research and academic projects, apart from his MSc and PhD dissertations. He has many publications in his name, like international 4 numbers, then under national 20 numbers of national publications, 29 numbers of proceedings, and around 8 books in his name. So, sir, he is under the academic records. Sir has graduated from, again, I am saying Mumbai University, and have the PhD in zoology for the dissertation, study of intertidal fauna of Thani Creek during 2022, and Sir has started working since 1995, and he has given his services to the Nobel cause, and under the division Wetland Ecology he has served. Then many other research experiences. He has handled many projects, around 11 projects, 14 projects he has handled, and he has visited many foreign countries like Sweden, then USA for academic purpose. Then many of the trainings he has organized and seminars, conferences he has attended. He has been invited as a special guest or invitee. Then publications, all it is there. Then sir has given some advisory services, to other agencies like Mumbai High Court committee, and he also served as a resource person for the refresher course in environmental studies, sustainable management of ecosystem, under the aegis of UGC Academic Staff College, University of Mumbai. So sir has many things in his name. So now I would formally like to request Dr. Goldin Quadrosa to address on this inaugural session of the webinar today. Sir.
Yeah. Good morning, madam, and thank you for that much detailed introduction. It is my pleasure to be talking to you all today on this occasion of World Wetlands Day, especially the first UN World Wetland Day that is being organized. And I must begin with a very good note for you that we have had 47 Ramsar sites, as Dr. Pandey has already said. And today by evening, we are going to get 2 more Ramsar sites. We are inching closer to the magic number 50. And definitely UP is going to contribute to one of that. So from 9, you are going to get 10 number of Ramsar sites for the state. And that is a very incredible number. And I'm sure the numbers will go up as the days come up. Now, talking about this Wetland Day, the theme, as you all know, is action of people and for nature, basically. So there are a lot of things that the ministry has done, and there are a lot of things that even SACON has been doing. Like I have been a knowledge partner for the ministry's wetland division, wherein we have been prioritizing wetlands across the country for several reasons, for basically conservation. One of the programs that you would know is 100 Days, 100 Wetlands program, wherein there was a team of has 2020, and it has been expanded to when we work for wetlands, we also work for the habitat. And when you talk about the habitat, it is not just say terrestrial ecosystem. Wetlands have got several different habitats. It could be coastal habitat, it could be the estuarine, it could be the freshwater ecosystems, the ponds, lakes, the different kinds of wetlands that exist. Working on these habitats is important because this is the place which would accommodate a variety of fauna, say birds or fishes or reptiles or even mammals. Man cannot live without water, so also a lot of other flora and fauna cannot live without water. And if one talks about climate change and carbon sequestration, wetlands are something that contribute the maximum. There has been a recent estimate where the wetlands below ground contribute maximum trapping of carbon, say below the 1 meter level of the wetland, where it contributes the maximum compared to all other ecosystems, and that really helps. So it is like, you know, the cold and the wetter the region, the more carbon it accumulates. And if we destroy the wetlands, it impacts everything. It impacts climate change, it impacts the habitat, it impacts the migratory species that come. And wetlands are especially important because when we talk about avifauna, fauna, there are something like 275 species which are regular wetland birds, of which something like 187 species are actually wetland birds and the remaining are wetland associated species. And if we talk about wetlands, just in the 1990s in India, there has been a loss of something like 38% of wetlands in the country, which is a very big number. The fact was that, you know, we did not understand the importance of wetlands, and that was the reason why there was large-scale destruction in the earlier part, say in the 90s, 80s, and 90s, basically. So that was something that was really bad, detrimental to habitats, to ecosystem, to conservation. Now that we have a lot of things in place. And people are working, like we have got the wetland rules that was first formulated in 2010 and then again amended in 2017, helps in conservation and protection of habitats and species, and helps develop policies, the local governances and conservation of a lot of aspects. That is something that has grown over the years. It is not that something that was new. If you go to see our Article 51, says that it is the right of every citizen of India to protect and improve the natural environment, including rivers, lakes, forests, water bodies, everything. And when the ministry was formed way back in 1982, we had the Ramsar, the first Ramsar wetlands, that is Bhitarkanika and Chilika, not Bhitarkanika, sorry, Bharatpur and the Chilika wetlands. And it was in 86 that the wetlands division was formed. And since then, there has been a lot of work and activities that are going on. And everybody has been focusing, like in SACON, we have been focusing on wetlands all throughout our inception. We have had several projects where we have worked for habitat upgradation of wetlands. We have identified, if I have to speak for Tamil Nadu, I have identified 141 wetlands for the State Wetland Authority in Tamil Nadu to conserve the wetlands. In Maharashtra, we have worked on 430 wetlands which have been prioritized for conservation. So these basically help the birds that migrate from several other places, as India is also part of the Central Asian Flyway, and it contributes maximum to the species that come. And if we say destroy these wetlands, it becomes like, we would just lose a lot of species. Like we have inland wetlands in India that are something like 70% of our land area has something like 70% of the total wetland area that we have is inland wetlands, and we have coastal wetlands to the tune of 30%. So if we destroy these, a lot of things go vary. And if we have to conserve, we have to conserve at the say a basin level, a landscape level. Then only the habitat can be conserved, or there only the wetland can be conserved. We cannot think of wetland in isolation. It has to be a landscape approach. Only then a wetland can be conserved, so that the different species come. And yeah, that is something that has to be prioritized over time, and people have to take action. So I will not take much time, because I have to again attend another program, which I have just got a call right now. So thank you very much for giving me this time and allowing me to speak first. And yeah, I'll take your, if any questions, do feel free to ask me. I will join in as and when I get time in between through the day, but I will stop now over here. Thank you so much. I thank all the organizers for giving me this opportunity also. Yeah.
Thank you, Golden Sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your kind and inspiring thoughts, and talking about the importance of the wetlands and the connection between the migratory birds. And by conserving the wetlands, we can also serve them a good habitat for that. Thank you so much, sir, for your address. So now, next, taking forward this inaugural session again, and now I would like to request our other guest of honor, Dr. A. Arunachalam, sir, Director ICAR for his address. Again, before asking him to deliver the address, I'd like to give little information. He doesn't need any introduction about him, but Dr. A. Arunachalam, sir, is currently working as Director ICAR, and sir has completed his PhD in botany from Northeastern Hill University, India. His area of interest, it focuses on plant and soil sciences and environmental sciences. His area of expertise, it includes ecology, forestry, soil biology, natural resource management, environmental sciences, restoration ecology, agroforestry, and nutrient cycling and agro-ecosystems. So this much biodata I could acquire from the internet for sir. So now, with much anticipation, I would like to request Dr. A. Arunachalam, sir, to address us regarding the wetlands actions for people and nature. Sir.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to observe one of the very important ecosystems and celebrate along with all of you with a note of respect, with a note of honor, with a note of privilege, under the able guidance of Professor Arvind Kumar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, and to join all of you on this platform. Wetlands, the very word is very exemplary. It has to be wet. And people might think how long it should be wet. It should be wet around the year, or it should be wet for a sufficient period of the year. So all these definitions might be coming to your minds as to what is wetland. So whether it should be deep, whether it should be flowing, whether it should have waves, how deep it should be. So all these connotations will arise in everybody's mind when we talk about wetlands. But primarily, what comes to anybody's mind once we talk about wetlands is something water body, some water body, maybe pond, puddle, lake, river and stuff like that. But any land submerged for more than 6 months a year to the height of 3 feet becomes a wetland. That is by definition, ecological definition. So some of the rivers you might have seen, it must be flowing very high during the monsoon. And in the post-monsoon season, the land emerges. When the land emerges, it comes with some unique diversity of plants. And that makes that system unique and gives its admission into the paradigm of its consideration to be a wetland. So it's so broad a terminology that takes in every aspect of an ecosystem, both structurally and functionally, making that ecosystem not as a land alone or a body of water, but it makes it to be a habitat for many, many species of plants, be it algae, be it flowering plants, and animals. A large number of mammals depend on these wetlands. A large number of fishes, aquatic birds, so on and so forth. There are plenty of connotations attached to this wetland. And if you go to old villages, very old traditional villages, it will definitely have some kind of a pond where all those traditional rituals used to be carried out. And later on, the same tanks became a multi-purpose unit for everybody's livelihoods. In our history, mythological history also, if you see, every religious place will have some water body or the other. Before entering the holy places, we used to dip ourselves, at least the feet and the arms, before entering those holy places. So what a kind of ritual that is similar to the corona situations. Now we wash our hands and we sanitize our hands before entering some places. So that kind of rich knowledge base was there already with us traditionally. But unfortunately, the kind of modern education and the modern day lifestyle took us away from all these important habitations and habitats. And that resulted in the degradation of these wetlands. And so its ability to be a habitat for holding the biodiversity. Now, my colleague just from SECON has just mentioned that the number of Ramsar sites are increasing, and the number is increasing, but its contention and the conservation aspects have to be done by people like you and me only. And that is why this time the theme is also very rightly chosen for celebrating this World Wetland Day, with a note to wetlands action for people and nature. People were brought to the first and nature second. The nature may wait for the wetlands to recharge and rejuvenate, but it's more essential for the people. So we cannot wait for that natural rejuvenation. So we need to do some compassionate activities that might recharge these wetlands and bring back the habitation into place for those organisms that inhabit these sites. As also was told that we have 47 Ramsar sites, and one of the man-made habitats is also there in Uttar Pradesh, Bijnor district. About 6,000 hectares of area has been brought under the jurisdiction of Ramsar Convention in Bijnor. It is called Hyderpur Wetland, which is in Bijnor district. It's a man-made ecosystem. So we do have expressed our compassionate attention to the conservation of wetlands, and we can also create wetlands. For instance, RLBCAU campus itself has some 12 to 13 wetlands now. At least 5 man-made I could see, and very small and large ponds are naturally lying there, inhabiting some plants and fish, and then birds are also introduced. So that's the kind of ecosystem that we create for sustainability of the habitat where we live in. The irony is people think that the forest degrades very fast. No. In fact, the wetlands degrade 3 times faster than the forest. That is the scenario which the world authorities have projected for the wetlands. And it has also been projected that over 35% of the wetlands have already been lost in our country before they were invented. For example, in Sikkim alone, I remember there was a statistics given that more than 25,000 mountain wetlands, higher altitude wetlands, have been completely lost. So that is the kind of scenario that we have. We believe what we see. And if we just have time and go around the Bahuj Dam in the evening hours or in the morning hours, the kind of accumulation of birds, the kind of movement of aquatic insects on the water accumulated there, and the mammalian integration, which is seen there, is marvelous. It will be good to see all these guys sitting in one place and talking to each other along with the green plants around. So that's the kind of unity in diversity the biological diversity gives to this world. So it is all the more important that we can also get ourselves integrated into this whole process of ecosystem building, and then provide some opportunity for all of us to cherish, feel proud of having given something back to nature. So that's the kind of connotation that we should have at this point in time. And I'm also amazed that my own students who did PhD in the Brahmaputra River Basin particularly in the the northern bank and also in the southern bank of Brahmaputra, we did small interventions. What we did was, when the Brahmaputra floods, the entire Kaziranga is affected. The entire Kaziranga is flooded. Even animals are carried away. So we thought how to stop this kind of degradation due to flooding. So we went for engineering interventions. We also went for subsoil interventions. So that was a great moment. Then we had about 14, 15 geographers who came for our rescue, geologists working in the Northeast. We all joined hands from Dibrugarh University, Guwahati University, Tezpur University, and then went for a qualitative intervention in the Brahmaputra River Basin. And now, at least, we will not be able to hear that animals are being carried away during the floods in the Kaziranga. That's the kind of results that we have given for that region. So although we might feel that what can we do for this, but if not alone, but by building a team, definitely some interventions can be put on place. And ICAR in 2019 did a small exercise. We all know the importance of Motihari, from where our Bapu Mahatma Gandhi raised the independence slogan. There is a Moti Jheel there, beautiful jheel of 168 acres or so, but it was fully infested by Eichhornia, the water hyacinth. And then because Honorable Radha Mohan Singh Ji was the minister that time, so he came with a proposal that what ICR can do for reviving this ecosystem. Then the ICR Research Complex Patna was assigned the task, and then there was a interdisciplinary team of members from 25 research institutes of ICR were put in, and this team went and rejuvenated the entire ecology of that particular Moti Jheel. And today, seeing is believing. If you can go across to Google and find a YouTube, you will feel that is this place in India? That is the kind of revival and rejuvenation that we have been able to give to that particular small town, Motihari. So that is how a team work can bring laurels for the cause of nature conservation. So believe in yourselves, and being in the land is important, but keeping the land wet is also equally important. So we are all committing ourselves to the cause of wetland conservation process, and I congratulate the Honorable Vice Chancellor and the entire team of RLBCAU put up this exclusive discussion forum today on the eve of World Wetland Day, for all their doings, and the delegates for assembling. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Happy Wetlands Day to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Again, a very happy Wetland Day to you too, sir. So let's talk about the interdependence of the wetlands with the mammals, fisheries, aquatic birds, the relationship between that, and the need of keeping the wetlands in conservation. And sir has also talked about maintaining the Ramsar site is also important as one of the important tasks that we need to go through, as rightly pointed out by the team of today's this year, wetlands action for people and nature. Then wetlands are degraded very fast. So seeing that the focus also, it is needed more than conserving only the other like forests alone. We should also go for the integrated system approach. So that is what we have learned from your today's address, sir. Very much thank you to you, sir. So now again, moving forward with the great pleasure, I would like to request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir of Rani Lakshmi Bai Central Agricultural University, Professor Arvind Kumar Sir, for the presidential address on this occasion of National Webinar on Wetlands Action for People and Nature. Sir need no introduction, but a quick recall, it is all we need. Sir was appointed as the first Vice Chancellor of RLBCAU, Jhansi, since 2014. Since then, Sir has relentlessly worked to shape the university from the scratch to what we see now. So it takes immense dedication of hard work to achieve this milestone, which was brilliantly performed by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir. So it is our great pleasure again to invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, to give the presidential address on the inaugural session of today's national webinar.
Good morning, everyone. Let me first thank Dean College of Horticulture and Forestry, Dr. A.K. Pandey, Dr. Manmohan Dabriyal, and the whole team for organizing this very important activity on the occasion of Wetland Day. I was just listening eminent speakers, including Dr. Arunachalam, the Director of Central Agroforestry Research Institute, who has very rightly said that we create these wetlands, but necessity is how we can maintain and conserve these wetlands. And almost more than 1/3 wetlands are lost. So this particular event today, which we are organizing, is to make you aware about the role of wetlands and also their role as far as the environment protection, climate change is concerned, is of quite importance. And this, in fact, in a way, is an environment-related celebration because it has got direct impact on the environment, climate change. So this is environment-related celebration, and the environmentalists from different parts of the country in the year 1971, they gathered to reaffirm their love and protection for these wetlands. And this has already been said that this convention was held at Ramsar, which is first recognition to this particular wetland, and this, was held in the Iranian city of Ramsar on the shores of Caspian Sea. So, what this international treaty does, who are the parties? You must have just listened to our previous speakers. And now, as Dr. Pandey mentioned, the convention headquarters is at Gland, Switzerland. And the Ramsar Convention on Wetland is of international importance. Every site which is declared as the Ramsar sites becomes a site of international importance, especially as water flow habitat is an international treaty for the conservation and sustainable use of wetlands. So every 3 years, there is conference of contracting parties, we call COP. And this conference of contracting parties makes a policy decision and also lay down the, roadmap, the implementations, strategy, objectives, how far the objectives are being met. So this is the, every 3 years, the COP have this important meeting. Now, every year we have a theme, like this year, it has been just mentioned, people and nature, because wetland is just connected with the, as I've told you, environment and nature. This is environment-related celebration. And the wetland bring the community together for the benefit or for the supporting, for the support of Mother Nature. You know that overpopulation and infrastructure development at many places had led to decrease in the environmental conservation. Many wetlands are lost, or their, dimensions have reduced. So this is a matter of concern which has to be taken into consideration in a big way. Likewise, to celebrate every year, the theme is given, like in 2021 last year, the theme was wetland and water. In 2020, wetland and biodiversity, because biodiversity, again, these wetlands are the wealth for the biodiversity, particularly the corals you must have seen, and the vegetations and the role of this vegetation in carbon dioxide sequestration, which is, phenomenal. Then 2019, wetland and climate change. 18, wetland for sustainable urban future. 2017, wetland for disaster risk reduction. Then 2016, wetlands for our future sustainable livelihoods. So you can imagine the importance of these wetlands, which have not only impacted our climate, the quality of water, the urban
some technical problem. I think
Their internet connection was interrupted.
हाँ सर,
ये नहीं चलेगा हमारा इंटरनेट जो है।
इंटरनेट सर डिस्टर्बिंग है क्योंकि ये हो गया है आपका पावर फेलियर है ना, यूनिवर्सिटी जनरेटर चल रहा है सर अभी। 3 बजे आएंगे।
This is a Jan Ratha.
कैसे चलना है?
Yes, sir.
अभी VC से कनेक्ट हुआ है?
वीसी सर का ज्वाइनिंग तो था इसमें, बट कट गया, फिर से कट गया क्योंकि इंटरनेट इश्यूज है ना। साहिब जी को कॉल कीजिए, साहिब जी को।
Yes, sir.
Sorry, sorry, क्या डिस्कनेक्ट हो गया है, सब दिक्कत होती है, but many people are connected. Don't know how it's for this. Anyway, so we were discussing about the, the role of these wetlands, and that India, you have, as it has been pointed out, 47 Ramsar sites, and in UP you have 9, as indicated by Dr. Arunachalam recently in December, 13 December 2021, one site was added in UP, Haidarpur, in Bijnor, measuring 6,908 hectares of land. So this makes a total number of sites in India to 247, and as mentioned, there may be 47, not 200, 47, and this may, with the addition of 3 more, this may become 50. In all, this becomes as of now 2,463 sites internationally as on December 2021. And every year the number of sites are being added. So this may keep on increasing. But India, so far we have 47, likely to be 50. The total area in the world is 254 million hectares under these wetlands. And in India, the area is 4.63% of the geographical area. That is the area under wetlands, and particularly the Sundarbans, which are known to be, having a largest area of 4,230 kilometers, square kilometers, is one of the, largest wetland in India, followed by Vembanad in Kerala, 1,512, and then Chilka Lake, which is one of the very old and very popularly known water body in Odisha, and it is known for a number of things. So this way you have the different water bodies. The smallest water body is of 20 hectares, is in Renuka wetlands in Himachal Pradesh. So this makes India one of the important destinations for wetlands, and we need to conserve these wetlands so as to make them viable, and from wildlife habitat point of view, from nutrient cycling point of view, or flood control. So a lot of functions of these wetlands are there, or you can say a lot of benefits, including the food and habitat for fish, wildlife, including the threatened and endangered species, water quality improvement, the flood storage, shoreline erosion control, economically beneficial natural products for human use, opportunities for recreation, and a number of other aspects which are related, which are known with the wetlands, maybe a good purpose for education purposes, for research purposes, and also you can have a lot of activities, as I mentioned, from recreational point of view. Now there are states in India where there is, these Ramsar sites have not been identified. Like in Karnataka, you have in Telangana, some of the northeast states, Jharkhand, Bihar, Chhattisgarh. So lacks in the Ramsar site. And the sites, there is a proper, characteristics with which the Ramsar sites are to be recognized about the continuous availability of water, saturated water, saturation level, and therefore different types of the wetlands could be defined either marine or ocean, you can call estuaries, then riverine in rivers, or lustrine in lakes, or Palestine, particularly the marshy lakes. So different types of the water bodies or wetlands could be defined, and a number of other wetlands could be either if you talk the different kinds, it could be either marsh or swamp, bog or fen, or wetland meadows, aquatic ecosystems, or you can say small ponds, or a small, you can say, having a continuous availability of water. So all these could be termed as the wetlands. Then this supports a number of organisms, animals, mammals, reptiles, amphibians, invertebrates, particularly the fish, and snakes, turtles, salamanders, lot of birds. It's a natural habitat. The mention was made of the Kevladev National Park in Bharatpur, where a lot of birds does appear in the winter season, and therefore the city is known for the bird sanctuary, and lot of economy of this city is dependent on this Kevladev bird sanctuary. So this way, this also provides us not only revenue but also from not only from aesthetic point of view but also from a you can say historical point of view. This place becomes very important. Birds, the number of birds, particularly the Sarus crane, is quite visible there. Number of other birds are different water bodies like plover, grouse, stork, herons, and other waterfowls. So lot of birds could be seen in those water bodies. So that gives another kind of feeling, another kind of environment. But as I've told you that you have the largest wetlands as in Sundarbans to the smallest wetlands of 20 hectares in Himachal Pradesh. Similarly, the largest protected wetlands in the world is Southern American city of Bolivia, which has largest protected wetlands. Similarly, this could be man-made or this could be by nature. Different kinds of wetlands could be there. The main concern is how we can reduce the damage to the wetlands. That is a matter of concern. And this damage could be by, falling of the wastewater or falling of the filthy water from the cities. That creates a lot of problems. And, encroachment, lot of infrastructure development, lot of other construction activities. So this all creates, damage to the water body. And these water bodies are also referred to the kidney of the landscape. Kidney, like kidney, filters, our waste material. And this is like that, the ability to assimilate, store, assimilate, and transform the containments before they reach the waterways. So if they reach directly to the waterways, they may, cause a lot of damage to these water bodies. So ultimately, these water bodies work as a kidney of the landscape, and they dilute and just filter. Otherwise, they may harm the rivers, lakes, and the other waterways. So these water bodies have got a very significant role, and this is our, aim during this World Wetland Day to create awareness about the protection of these water bodies, how we can reduce, how we can reuse, how we can recycle, so that our environment is protected. And this day is of unique importance, as I have talked in the beginning. It's an environment-related celebration, and we at the global level are very much concerned about the climate change and the impact of, the greenhouse gases on the environment, particularly the temperature issue, and also the weather disturbances across the globe. So today reminds us to take it to different levels, to matters who are of concern, and take a pledge that we will certainly help in protecting these water bodies and guide the people at large for better management and better protection, so that our habitat is also protected and our mankind also is not suffering with the adverse impact of the climate adversity. So with these words, I thank you very much. And this convention could not be celebrated till 1997. After that, it is being celebrated with different themes of, importance, as I mentioned in the beginning. And therefore, today's theme of people and nature is very relevant, and we need to nurture our nature. We need to nurture our mother earth. We need to nurture our wetlands for a better, healthy, and you can say safe living on the earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind address, presidential keynote address. You have started since the first recognition of the Ramsar, and you also talked about the importance of contracting party COP, who makes the decision policy, and the roadmaps and all. You have also talked about the different importance of different teams for having every year. They are having their own importance, and also again you have talked about the importance of water bodies by giving various examples of wetlands across the country from wildlife, nutrient, flood control point of view. Then you have reminded us that we should nurture our nature, wetland, for a better, healthy life on Earth. So thank you very much, sir, for these kind words and inspirational address. Now, again, moving forward, in order to create awareness among the students regarding the need of action for wetlands, competitions were kept for poster and videography on the theme wetlands. So, and to announce the result of these competitions, I would like to request the organizing secretary, Dr. Arjun Ola, assistant professor, to kindly share the result with us.
Thank you, ma'am. And good afternoon, respected Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Dean, sir, Dr. Pandey, sir, and Director Education, sir, and Ramnazam, sir, and all the participants. On the occasion of Wetland Day and under the guidance of our Dean, sir, our team gave two topics to the student for preparation of video clip and poster. Many students have been participant in both the events, and now I declare the result of both events. Firstly, I declare the result of poster presentation. And in the poster presentation, the first position goes to Anushka Mehta, BSc Horticulture, first year student. And the second position goes to Ansima Maheswari, BSc Agriculture, third year, and Salu Kumari, BSc Forestry, second year student. And the third position goes to Aishwarya, BSc Agriculture, third year student, and also Sonali Agarwal, BSc Agriculture, third year student. And in the next event, on the video clipping, the first position goes to Aishwarya, BSc Agriculture, third year student. And the second position goes to Karan Thakur, BSc Agriculture, first year student, and Talunya Raghuvanshi, BSc Forestry, first year student. And the final result, the third rank goes to Bijyati Behra and Leena Biju, the student of BSc AG, first year. So congratulations to all the winner students. And now I invite Dr. Pawan Kumar for showing the video clip and poster of all the winner students. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Tanu, please enable my screen.
Yes, sir, please.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Small environment consisting of plant life and organism in water is called wetlands, which are highly beneficial to the ecosystem in several ways. World Wetland Day is celebrated internationally each year on 2nd of February. It marks the anniversary of the signing of the Convention on Wetland of International Importance Ramsar Convention in Ramsar, Iran on 2nd of February 1971. It promotes the conservation and wise use of wetlands. This day also raises global awareness because wetlands play a significant role not only in people but in the planet. Community protectors and environmental enthusiasts all come together on this day to celebrate their love for nature through celebration, which recognize what wetlands have done for not only us humans but also sorts of organisms in this world. Each year, a specific theme is celebrated to help raise people awareness about the values of wetland. So this year theme is Wetlands Action for People and Nature. Over time, human construction has led to various ecological problems affecting wetlands. Overpopulation and construction has led to decrease in environmental conservation and in total has brought upon issue to these lands. Unfortunately, many wetlands are being lost and ecologists claim that humans should recognize this dilemma before the loss of a natural filter and conserver of the world. So save the wetlands as the future of the earth depends on it.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you
Thank you,
very
sir.
much.
Thanks, sir. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ola and Dr. Pawan Kumar, sir, both of you for sharing the result and also showing the glimpses of the competition that they have participated, the students. It was very worth seeing the enthusiasm and with the interest they have participated. It shows that they have the interest of knowing their wetlands and they can also help in conserving and maintaining the wetlands. So thank you, sir, for the result. And congratulations to all the winners and also all the best to the remaining participants who could win today. But there is always more opportunity waiting for you, something better in the future. So now we have come to the end of our inaugural session of today's webinar. To formally thank all the members associated with this program today, I would like to request Dr. Manmohan Dobriyal sir, Professor and Head Forestry, RLBCAU, to give vote of thanks and conclude the inaugural session. Inaugural, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Vijayalakshmi. Respected Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, our today's guest of honor, Dr. Goldin and Dr. Arunachalam, sir, Dean, our Dean Dr. A.K. Pandey, sir, College of Horticulture Forestry, Dean, College of Agriculture, Dr. S.K. Chaturvedi, Director Research, A.R. Sharma, sir, Director Education, Dr. Anil Kumar, sir, Director Extension Education, Dr. S.S. Singh, sir, our University Librarian, S.S. Kushwaha, sir, all the head of the departments, all the participants who joined here, all the our panelists, Dr. Shiv Kumar, Dr. Upin Amir Saab, Dr. Tarun Thakur, our speakers, Dr. Gupta Saab, Dr. Kaji, Dr. Maheshwari, and others participants as well as students and our team members. So on this note of the formal vote of thanks, first of all, I thanks Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, who readily given us permission to organize this webinar, national webinars, and supported us for this occasion to promote these kind of activities, which we keep on every time having all these different days celebration along with these kind of webinars. So thank you for supporting us, as well as his word of wisdom on this occasion. He touched all the aspects of the wetlands. Every year we are celebrating this kind of wetlands, and this year is special because this is the first year when the UN United Nations observing is an international day, and the theme, as already told, that on the people and the what we say, the progress regarding the protection of these wetlands. So thank you, sir, in this inaugural session, addressing us and also sharing your words on the different aspects of these wetlands. I also thanks our guest of honor. Actually, Dr. Muralidharan supposed to attend, but due to some reason not able to. So I thank him for accepting our inauguration, our invitation. Also, I thank Dr. Goldin, who is a wetland ecologist, and he touched on the various aspects of the work going on with wetland ecology, right from in Tamil Nadu as well as in Maharashtra, as well as he also deliberated that we have to think about the landscape level on this maintenance of these wetlands, not on the individual or in isolation. So thank you, sir, in this attending our inaugural session and sharing your views on this occasion. I also thank our next guest of honor, who is our neighboring institute director, Kafri, Dr. Arunachalam sir, who is always is ready to chair this session in our different programs. And today also he given a vision thought on the wetland restoration. Especially, he also highlighted the constructed wetlands or man-made wastelands in our campus also, and given the example of the Bijnor district wetlands. Also, the restoration of the wetlands by ICR team in the Motihari division. So these kind of different successful stories of the restoration of the wetlands in agricultural landscapes also make a beginning for the enriching the agrobiodiversity in our agricultural landscape through these wetlands. And already our BC Saab and Dr. Goldin also described that how these wetlands can be a very good source of this kind of increasing biodiversity, wetland diversity, as well as the carbon sequestration, main source of the carbon sequestration. So, and BCs are already told that these wetlands act as a kidney for these kind of landscapes to absorb all kind of these materials. So, thank you, Arnachalam sir for your address and also describing the different aspects of the wetland ecology to our participants. I also thank our Dean sir, Dr. Pandey, for giving us the opportunity to organize this webinar. He is the instrumental to talk out the plan and also to knitting all the details of this program. And as sir being even a horticulturist is very much keen interested in this our forestry aspects, especially natural resource and all this kind of organizing the webinars. So thank you sir motivating us to plan this webinar. I also thank all the dean directors our university who encourage us for these kind of activities time and again. I also thank all the panelists who will be joining and already joined in morning inaugural session, Dr. Omir and Dr. Shivkumar. Dr. Omir is the professor of wildlife and is very much renowned wildlife academician. Also, Dr. Shivkumar is the CCF and Director Kaziranga National Park will be joining us because of the submitting. He's not in this inaugural session, but I thank him. Also, Dr. Tarun Thakur is Professor of and Head of the Environmental Science in the Indira Gandhi National Tribal University. So I thank him also, along with all the speakers who will be joining us in the due course of technical session. Dr. Emal Thakur from HP Biodiversity Board, Dr. Adil Kaji from Navsari Agriculture University, Dr. Aishwarya Maheshwari from Banda Agriculture University, and Dr. Anil Gupta from National Institute of Disaster Management, and Dr. Prashant Srivastava from the BHU. So I thank all these for chairing for this this wetland webinar and enriching us for their thoughts. I also thank all the team members of this organizing program for making it successful, especially the technical team. Just we got a glitch with due to the problem, and also all the participants from the different parts of the country as well as our students. And all the head of departments, all the faculty colleagues of RLBCAU for making this successful. So thank you all and everybody who's supporting this program to us. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. I think with this, our inaugural session is completed. So I again thank all of the guests of honor, chief guests. So now we'll be officially starting our technical session. So with this, we'll be starting the technical session 1. We have 2 technical sessions, session 1 and session 2. So now we'll be starting the technical session 1 on the theme wildlife and wetlands. Wildlife and wetlands. We are having 2 panelists in this session, Dr. O.P. Namir sir and Sri P. Shivkumar sir. They are the panelists for this technical session, and we'll be asking both the panelists to give their remarks at the end of this session, when all the 3 lectures, there are 3 lectures in this technical session, and it will be delivered by Dr. Emal Thakur sir, Dr. Adil Kazi sir, and Dr. Aishwarya Maheshwari. So after the end of these 3 lectures, I will be asking for the remarks from both the panelists, Dr. O.P. Namir and P. Shivkumar. So before moving forward, I just would like to give a brief introduction about our panelists. First, Professor Namir sir. He is working as director of information system in Kerala Agricultural University. Then he has started working since 1994 as assistant professor, and he's having a membership and service in many professional organizations, and awards under the awards and recognition that he has. It is the Award of Best Teacher Award during 2020, given by the Indian Council of Agricultural Research. Then many of the publications, 23 number of books he has in his name, scientific articles, 140 popular articles, many, then seminar, workshops, papers, he has done many things. Research GAT score is 25.22. So sir, he's a very renowned scientist, renowned person in his own domain. So he was acting as professor and head at wildlife science in the College of Forestry, Kerala Agricultural University, Thrissur, Kerala. Then this was all about Sir Namir sir, and the next Dr. P. Shiv Kumar sir. About P. Shiv Kumar sir, he's a 2000 batch IFS with 21 years of experience, and he's currently working as CCF and director at Kaziranga National Park. He is also called as a rhino man in Assam. He did his BSc and MSc from FCRI, TNAU, and he is working there in the Kaziranga National Park for more than 10 years. And he has received many of the many state national awards, including this Indira Priyadarshini Award for Plantation in Kaziranga National Park. And last year, he has also received the Karma Shri Award. It was the award given by Assam Chief Minister Award for Excellence in Public Administration. So he received it for the revival of rare, endangered, and threatened 3 species. So this was all about the introduction about both the panelists of this technical session. So now formally starting with the first presentation on wetlands and vulture conservation by Dr. Amal Thakur, I would like to request my colleague, Dr. Alka Jain, Assistant Professor, to give a brief introduction about Dr. Amal Thakur and invite him for the lecture.
Thank you so much, Dr. B.G. Lakshmi. A very good morning to Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, respected guest speakers, all the respected office bearers at RLBCAU, dear students, and my colleagues. On behalf of the RLBCAU fraternity, I welcome our renowned guest speaker, Dr. Amal Thakur, PhD in Zoology, Ornithology from Himachal Pradesh University, Shimla. A warm welcome to you, sir. Dr. Amal Thakur started his research career as JRF at Zoological Survey of India, Solan, in the year 2000. He was awarded with Young Scientist Scheme by Department of Science and Technology, Government of India in 2008, and on the subject population status and habitat use pattern of vultures in Himachal Pradesh. Dr. Thakur has been associated with research, management and planning on environment, ornithology, vulture and wildlife related issues for more than 17 years. During these years, he has served many S&T institutions like the Department of Environment, Science and Technology, HP State Council for Science, Technology and Environment, Himachal Pradesh University, Shimla, Institute of Integrated Himalayan Studies, Shimla, and Zoological Survey of India, Solan. Sir has conducted bird studies in almost every corner of Northwest India, including the cold desert regions of Jammu and Kashmir, that is the Ladakh and Kargil regions, and Himachal Pradesh respectively. He has also been associated with some universities as an examiner and a paper setter for postgraduate courses. Till date, Sir has, to his credit, 8 books and 60 research papers in several national and international journals. Currently, Dr. Amal Thakur is working as coordinator at HP State Biodiversity Board and handling matters relating to conservation and sustainable use of biological resources and the issues related to equitable sharing of benefits as per the Biological Diversity Act 2002. Sir, we give you a very warm welcome and are looking forward to listening to your enlightened words. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Namaskar to all. Professor Arvind Kumar ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Rani Lakshmi Bai, Central Agriculture University, Jhansi. Today's guest of honor, Dr. Arunachalam, Director, CAFRI, Dr. Murli Dharanji, Director, SECON. Today's main point of contact, Professor Ajay Pandey, Dean Horticulture and Forestry, Professor Anil Kumar ji, Professor Dobriyal ji, deans from other colleges of CAU, today's organizing secretary, Dr. Rakesh Kumar ji, other dignitaries, and my dear friends. And of course, panelists for today's session, Dr. O.P. Namir ji and Sri P. Shiv Kumar ji. I have been given the task of discussing the issues related to the vulture conservation and wetland conservation. Rather, it is like conservation of wetlands through conservation of vultures or vice versa. It is a very interesting topic actually. We know that we can't directly correlate the vulture conservation issues through conservation of wetlands or conservation of wetlands through vulture conservation. But there are certain instances or there are certain researches which have been conducted which show that vultures are very much dependent on the wetlands. Therefore, the conservation of wetlands, that is very important for conservation of vultures who have seen the drastic decline in their population during last 2-3 decades back, that started in 1990s. I would start my presentation directly. Okay. I think it's visible. Okay.
Yes, sir. Visual, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Just a minute. I have to adjust. Okay, we know that wetlands, they are the wetlands basically. There is water, there is fluctuation in water level throughout the year, and the water is supposed to stay in that area for a certain period of time. And there are two types of wetlands. Basically, they are coastal wetlands or tidal wetlands, and they are the inland wetlands or the freshwater wetlands. Mainly, they are freshwater wetlands. But at the same time, we know that these wetlands are very important, as we know that only 3% of the world's water is fresh, which is usable. But most of this fresh water is in the form of frozen ice in the polar caps, and only 1% of that fresh water is available for use by people. Okay. The importance of wetlands. We know that these wetlands, they are very unique and productive ecosystems, and they are very much responsible for maintaining the number of natural cycles, right from the nutrient cycles from carbon to the phosphorus or certain other nutrient cycles to the, just a minute please. They support a wide range of biodiversity. We know that they are the hotspots of biodiversity because the biodiversity flourishes around these wetlands, and they provide, these wetlands, they provide us the water, fresh water to drink, to cultivate our crops, to culture the fisheries, and they protect us against the natural floodings and drought. Sorry. Besides this, they are responsible for social and economical, they are responsible for sustainable social and economic development, and the ecosystem services provided by the wetlands, they have not been estimated properly. This is a schematic diagram of the wetland where there is a concept of average water level at the lake level or the wetland level. Then there is a upper water level, there is a low water level, and the groundwater level. There are concepts of these basically water levels. Yeah, it was being discussed actually right during the inaugural session that there are 47 Ramsar sites in India, but most of these Ramsar sites, they are distributed towards the North Indian plains basically. This is very important actually. These wetlands, they are the storehouse of biodiversity, or they support the biodiversity. And these wetlands, they are known to support a number of migratory bird species that visit the country during winter months. They travel from North Central Asia, because we are in the North Central flyway of the birds, basically migratory birds, which will be discussed during the technical session by experts from the SECON, I think. But as we know that most of the birds that travel to the country, they basically migrate through the gorges of Indus and the Brahmaputra rivers. A few of these migratory birds, they cross Himalayas. Otherwise, the rest of these birds, they travel from North Central Asia to the country through gorges of Indus and Brahmaputra rivers. Therefore, and after reaching crossing these gorges, they reach the North Indian plains, where the number of wetlands is high, or these wetlands in the North Indian plains, they are used as stopover by these migratory birds. Therefore, the number of Ramsar wetlands in North India or in North Indian plains, that is very high actually. They are basically to support the migratory birds. These wetlands, they have a very important role to play if we plan to fulfill the SDGs. What are the SDGs? We know that they are the 17 integrated development goals. They have been targeted to achieve they have been targeted to be achieved by 2030 so that all people should enjoy peace and prosperity. We can end the poverty, and we could be able to protect the planet. They have been basically planned to achieve these 3 targets actually. And for that, I think the restoration and management of water-related ecosystems, including the wetlands, that is very important actually, so that we can achieve the SDGs basically. And these wetlands, they are basically the solutions for a number of challenges around the world, which are related to food, to water, to the climate, or to monitoring the to meeting the SDGs basically. Yeah. When we talk about the sustainable development goals, almost all the sustainable development goals, they are very much related to the wetlands. But the goal number 2, that is about the zero hunger actually. That aims to end all forms of hunger and malnutrition by 2030, so that every individual have sufficient and nutritious food all year. That is very much related to the conservation of wetlands. Like goal number 6, that is aimed at providing the clean water and sanitation, is also very much related to the conservation and sustainable use of wetlands. Similarly, goal 11, that targets the sustainable cities and communities, that is also very important for to be attained, as we know that by 2030, the population living in the cities, that will increase by considerable number. Therefore, to provide the safe and resilient and sustainable development is possible only by conserving the wetlands. And similarly, if we have to target the problem of climate change, then also we have to manage we have to sustainably use the wetlands. And similarly, goal 14 and 15, that is aimed at conservation of the life below water and life on land, that is also very much related to the conservation of wetlands and their sustainable use. There are certain, in addition to the SDGs, there are certain targets. They are called Biodiversity Targets. As we know, they have been planned to be achieved as part of the Convention on Biological Diversity, and they are a set of 20 time-bound targets that have been agreed during the Nagoya Protocol, Nagoya Convention in October 2010, and in alignment to the Aichi Biodiversity Targets, the Government of India has prioritized a set of 12 national biodiversity targets, which are to be achieved by mid of the 21st century, to reduce, to eventually halt, and to eventually halt the biodiversity loss at the global level. These national biodiversity targets, like target 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 6 and 8, they have been highlighted here, which are in correspondence to the Aichi targets, which are very important, or which are very much related to the wetland conservation, like target 1, target 2, 5, 8, 11, 12 and 14. They are very much related to the wetland conservation. Like national biodiversity target 1 and the corresponding Aichi target, that is related to the awareness about the values of biodiversity, that was aimed to be achieved by 2020. And we know that our country has done a considerable work in this field, actually, in achieving this national biodiversity target, or the Aichi biodiversity target. And the national biodiversity target number 2, that is planned at the integration of values of biodiversity at suitable planning level at the state and the national level. Like national biodiversity target number 3, that is that has been planned to target the evolution of strategies for reducing the rate of degradation, fragmentation and loss of all natural habitats, including the wetlands. National biodiversity target number 5 is about adoption of the sustainable management for agriculture, forestry and fisheries, that are very much related to the conservation of wetlands. Like national biodiversity target number 6 and the Aichi biodiversity target number 11 and 12, they are targeted at, they have been formulated at designation of protected areas, and it has been targeted that 20% of the geographical area of country is to be covered under the protected area network by 2020. And the target number 8 and Aichi biodiversity target number 14, that is very much related to the sustainable use and management of the wetlands, that is about the ecosystem services, especially those relating to water, human health, livelihood and well-being are enumerated, because most of these ecosystem services, they have not been evaluated properly, and it has been planned that the measures to safeguard them, they are to be identified and taking into account the needs of the local communities or the poor people or the vulnerable sections. These measures, they are to be effectively implemented. Therefore, as per the Sustainable Development Goals and as per the Aichi biodiversity targets, the conservation of wetlands and their sustainable use is very much important, actually. Then we will come to the vultures, actually. How these vultures, they are related to the wetlands, and what are these vultures, what we should do to protect the vultures and also the wetlands. We know that the vultures, they are the scavenging vultures, or the birds which feed on the carcasses of the dead animals. And they are not basically raptors like kites and eagles, because they do not use their feet to kill their prey. And we know that the vultures, they have a bald head, actually. That head is very important, that baldness of their head is very important to keep their head clean while feeding, because we know that they feed on carcasses of dead animals. And in addition to that, these bald head, they have very important role to play as an organ in thermoregulation. They do not attack healthy animals, and they do not carry food to their young ones in their claws, but they carry in their crops, and this gorge this semi-digested food while reaching the nest to feed their young ones. There are certain very important things, actually, like their stomach acid that is very corrosive, and that can digest the certain toxins like botulinum toxin, that is considered one of the most toxic substance in the world. Then they can digest the hog cholera or the anthrax bacteria. And in addition to that, they urinate straight down their legs, and the uric acid it has been assessed to be very effective against the bacteria, and also an agent to evaporate their bodies. We know that they have the ability to destroy the toxins, and we know that this Clostridium botulinum, that is the causative agent of botulism, that is known to have 5 different toxins. Basically, they are from A to A to F basically, and A and E are principally found connected with the human illness. But toxin C is associated with animal illness, and these vultures, they have very high amounts of antibodies against this toxin C of the botulinum, Clostridium botulinum. And in addition to that, they have the ability to digest the hantavirus also. And therefore, the research is being carried out in a number of research institutes about their the capacity they have to destroy the toxins, and it can be of great significance to the human medical research. These vultures, or the scavengers, or the most efficient scavengers of nature, they have been believed to have evolved in parallel with the migratory herds of large ungulates actually. And we know that these ungulates, they are very much dependent on the wetlands for their survival. We know that these large herds of migratory ungulates, they disappeared from the world. Therefore, the supply that was provided by the wild ungulates, that was replaced by the domesticated animals. Therefore, today we know that these vultures, they are dependent on the dead bodies of the domesticated animals. We know that they are the most efficient scavengers of the nature, and therefore they keep our environment clean. And in addition to that, we know the disposal of dead bodies in Parsi community through vultures actually. And in India and Africa, we know that they are the primary removers of carrion in the nature. Therefore, it has been assessed that the removal of vultures will affect the equilibrium between the populations of the vulture species and other scavengers. And it has been assessed that the removal of vultures, as the situation was there, as it started in 1990s, and there was reports of disappearance of a population of more than 99% of certain species. It was supposed that the number of feral dogs that will increase, and we know that in our country we already have around half of the 60,000 human cases of rabies. They will increase, and therefore the associated disease risks for wildlife and livestock and to human beings, they will also increase. Therefore, these vultures, they are very important for well-being of other wild species or human beings also. They are found on every continent, including except the Antarctica, Australia, and Oceania. And they have been grouped into 2 groups basically. There are old vultures which are found in Africa, Asia, and Europe, which are placed under family Accipitridae along with other eagles, kites, or hawks. And another group is New World vultures, or condors. They are called condors. They are found in warm and temperate areas of the Americas, basically. The family that is separate, that they are not placed under the family Accipitridae, they have been placed under the family Cathartidae. That was once supposed to be related to the storks, but this research has shown that this convergence or the similarities, they are basically due to convergent evolution. But recent DNA studies, they suggest that they should be placed under the order Accipitriformis basically, but still they are not directly related to other vultures. But there are certain differences, like the New World vultures. They have a very good sense of smell. Actually, they can, besides finding their carcasses by sight, they have the power to smell their food from a mile away. But the old world vultures, including the vultures which are found in India, they have the power to find their carcasses exclusively by sight. There are a total of 23 species of vultures in the world. Of these, there are 7 species of New World vultures and 16 species of Old World vultures. I think I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay. As far as the conservation status of New World vultures is considered, there are 7 species, but there are only 2 species which have been assessed to be threatened by IUCN, which is responsible for assessment of the species into various threat categories world over. Like there are 2 species like Californian condor, that has been assessed as critically threatened species, and the Andean condor that has been assessed to be vulnerable. But out of 16 species of Old World vultures, 8 species they have been assessed as critically threatened by the IUCN. Means they have been declared critical throughout their range of distribution world over. They account for exactly 50% of the species of Old World vultures. Means the pressure on these old world vultures is very high. There are only 2 species of these old world vultures which have been assessed to be least concern. The rest 14 they have been assessed as threatened and placed under different categories of threatenment by IUCN. Means the level of work that has to be done on these old world vultures is very high. This is a IUCN red list categorization, where the species they are after evaluation they are basically placed under different threat categories like extinct in the wild, critically threatened, endangered, vulnerable, near threatened, and least concern. Okay. These gyps vulture populations, or the most of these Indian 9 out of the 9 species of vultures found in India, most of these they are under genus gyps. Basically, the gyps vultures populations in the world, they were declining slowly in many parts of the world during 20th century, but in India, Nepal, Pakistan, or in Indian subcontinent, there were very large populations of Indian wide-backed vultures, slender-billed vulture, and long-billed vultures until 1990s, where this abundance was basically due to plentiful food supply that is mainly required during the breeding seasons to feed their young ones, basically. But the era of abundant vultures in the Indian subcontinent that suddenly came to an end in 1990s. That was firstly reported by Dr. Vibhu Prakash of Bombay Natural Society. It was firstly reported from Keoladeo National Park. That is, of course, that is a wetland, well-known wetland in the country, in Rajasthan. That was reported from Keoladeo National Park. And after this decline, the population of these 3 critically threatened gyps vulture populations, that they are Indian wide-backed vulture, slender-billed vulture, and the long-billed vultures, that the population, the distribution range of these 3 species that has declined very much in the country. And the non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug that is called diclofenac, that has been assessed to be the main cause of decline. Of course, there were certain other causes also, but the main cause was diclofenac. And due to use of this diclofenac, this is basically painkiller that was used in our domesticated animals. Due to this diclofenac, a disease called gout that was reported from the dead bodies of the vultures. And the statistical modeling that has shown that not more than 0.8% of the carcasses available, they needed to contain the lethal dose of diclofenac to have shown the population decline that has been reported in different species of the vultures. We'll come to those declines also. But it has been reported that this diclofenac has a shelf life of around 7 days or a week in the dead bodies of the in bodies of the domesticated animals. If the domesticated animal that gets died, that dies within a period of 7 days, then that diclofenac is still there in the bodies of the dead animals. And if the vultures, they feed on the dead bodies of that diclofenac containing domesticated animals, then this diclofenac proves to be poison to the vultures. And besides this, certain environmental changes like food shortage, or the loss of nesting habitat, or the decreased breeding efficiency due to certain infectious diseases, or the general environmental pollutions, or the use of pesticides or fertilizers that have been reported to increase the impact of diclofenac in vultures. That has been assessed actually. This diclofenac that originated in Novartis in 1973, and there are a number of trade names like Anuva, Diclac, Diclo, Vin, Voviron, Topac, Sandoz, etc. And it is used to reduce inflammation, and it is used as an analgesic, reducing the pain in conditions like arthritis or acute injury. It is a very good drug basically, but the drugs before introduction into the veterinary system is not tested like the introduction of drug if done on the human system is done. And the exact mechanism that is responsible for this painkiller effect of the diclofenac, that is not known, but it has been assessed to inhibit the production of prostaglandins that inhibit the synthesis of cyclooxygenase enzymes, and it appears to inhibit the DNA synthesis. That has been done. This type of studies have been done actually. And the government of India in 2006, it was reported in 1990s, and the government of India actively acting on the studies or the reports of the sharp decline in the population of vultures throughout the country. In 2006, through Drug Controller General of India, with prior approval of Health Ministry, Government of India, they withdrew all the licenses granted to manufacture the diclofenac formulations for veterinary use. And besides that, actually, in an effort to encourage the captive breeding of the vultures in the country, the government of India, in support with the certain organizations like BNHS, Bombay Natural Society, and other international organizations, they established four captive breeding centers for captive breeding of the vultures, basically. And in an attempt to create a reservoir of birds to be reintroduced once the environment is clear of diclofenac, 5 more breeding centers they are planned in the country. Why this environment is clear of diclofenac is being said here, because we know that the system, this diclofenac is being used in human system nowadays, and the human and animal system, domesticated animal system, they are not different because they are the animal systems. And there are certain reports that the diclofenac from human system that is being administered on the domesticated animals by increasing the dose. Therefore, efforts are being done by the governments of the various states as well as the government of India to check the misuse of human diclofenac on the veterinary system. There are 9 species of vultures in the country, and of these 9, 8 have been declared as threatened and have been placed under different threat categories by the IUCN. And of these 4, they are critically threatened. And of these, Indian white-backed vulture or Gyps bengalensis, that has seen a decline of 99.7%. Means 0.3% of the population is remaining in the wild nowadays. This decline was reported in the period from 1992 to 2003, in a period of 10 years. It was reported. And the slender-billed vulture or Gyps tamrostis, the population decline was 97.4% in a period of 10 years. But it was assessed that less than 200 pairs of this species they are remaining in the wild. Means this is the most threatened species of vultures in the country. And this assessment is based upon the criteria of IUCN. Like I have seen that I have written that in case of serial number 3, Indian white-backed vulture, I have written that it is CR, critically threatened, as per criteria A2CE plus 3CE. Means based upon the criteria A, like population decline plus 3 population decline in a period of 10 years or 3 generations. That is a very set criteria as per IUCN. Means most of these species, they are under threat. Most of these species found in the country, they are under threat. As far as the white-rumped vulture or Indian white-backed vulture or Gyps bengalensis is concerned, there was a study in Himachal Pradesh which showed that the ratio of hatch year to juveniles to the adults, that varied from 0.04 to 0.50% basically, and the ratio of subadults to adults, that varied from 0.02 to 2.03. And therefore, on the basis of ratio of subadults to the adults, the vulture nests or the nests of this species that were reported from the state, they were divided into 2 groups actually. Group 1 nests were those where the ratio of subadult to adults that was less than 1, and there were certain nests where this ratio was more than 1. It showed that there is intercolony movement. As we know that the young ones, they become mature after a period of 3 to 4 years, but the last year immatures, they are thrown out of the breeding colony by the adults, and those immatures, they move to other areas or the other colonies where they establish their colonies. Initially they start roosting there, and after as some of the immatures when become adults, they start nesting in that roosting colony basically. And it has been reported that those roosting colonies, they are very important. They become very important nesting colonies in years to come basically. And the nest site preference that was found to be 100% towards the pine trees, that was probably due to the very good canopy so that the level of protection that was considered highest by these breeding vultures. But this tree moderation that has the danger of forest fire as the main cause of nesting failure in Cambodia in this particular species white-backed vulture, that has been considered to be forest fires. Therefore, the nesting populations, that is only 0.3% of the remaining population of the vultures, they are in danger of forest fires. And most of these nesting sites, they have been sited near the human settlements, as we know that they are dependent on the dead bodies of the animals or the dead bodies of the domesticated animals for their food. And the major source of food in these nesting colonies, that was the dead cattle from the villages itself. But how the conservation of these vultures is associated with the wetland conservation. This is the very important point actually. Though no direct indications of the dependence of this particular vulture species on water sources was reported in studies, but there were definitely there was some moderating effect of the permanent source of water around the nesting sites, as most of the or all the nesting sites, they were reported around a particular permanent source of water body. It is a topic for research, as the previous studies like by Ali and Ripley in 1983, it also pointed to towards the selection of nesting sites by this Indian white-backed vulture in an area where the water bodies were there. And in African vultures also, there are a number of studies where the nesting sites, they are typically located near the water bodies. But we don't know the impact of or the correlation of water bodies or the wetlands in selection of the nesting sites in vultures. But there are reports. And in case of the second important species, that is the Himalayan griffon, till recently which was considered to be the least concerned species, and it was reported, it was supposed that the relatively low use of diclofenac in high altitude areas where this species is distributed, the level of decline in its population was low. But the assessments by IUCN recently showed that this species is also threatened. And this species breeds in groups of 2 to 6, that is correlated directly with the lower availability of food in high altitude areas. And the high, steep and accessible rocks that are used by this species for their nesting, particularly typically around the human settlements, that has been correlated with the level of protection that is provided by the high altitude inaccessible rocks. And the assessment of fluctuations in age class ratio that clearly points toward the migration of immature birds to the lower altitude areas. The immature birds for 3 to 4 years, they continuously migrate during winters to the low altitude areas, and the birds, particularly from the Himalayas, they have been reported to migrate to the Gangetic plains to pass their winter months. Therefore, the wetlands of Gangetic plains, they have very important role in conservation of Himalayan griffon also. It was all about the conservation of vultures to conservation of wetlands. These are some of the pictures taken in the state during the study on vultures. This is a nesting colony of Himalayan griffon. This is Himalayan griffon feeding on a carcass of dead domesticated animals. Thank you. It's all about the vulture caption. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving us.
Any queries? Most welcome.
Yeah, if is there any query, you can ask now or later when the plenary session will be there. We can discuss with the panelists also. Okay.
Sir, my one query is that before this diclofenac medicine, it was not tested in laboratory that it will be so these are harmful for our biota or like that.
So it was tested on mammalian system, but it was not tested on the avian system.
That may be the fault, sir. That may be the fault.
I think it's a procedure actually. I think while the drugs are introduced in the mammalian system, I think, or in the human use.
Dr. Vijay, panelist may remark and thereafter we may move to others.
Sir, I think at last, for all the three lectures, we can give the panelist remarks at the last one.
सर क्योंकि टाइम बहुत है ना, लेट चल रहा है सर, इसलिए थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम आएगी बाद में।
तो thanks Dr. Thakur Sahab.
Thank you, sir.
Giving a very excellent information, rather I will say, for to this your vulture. Vulture, we are having a very limited information, and the way you have narrated right from its this your STG to all its species, old word to this your new word species, and how this your decline was noticed, and how this your government of India initiated the work onto this your captive breeding, and people like you are having a very good interest and such type of treasure of knowledge we could listen today. I, on my own behalf and behalf of to this webinar, I express my gratitude for accepting our request and delivering such a wonderful lecture. Thanks once again.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, Pandey sir, for giving the remarks also. Again, and thank you, Thakur sir, for giving a very nice presentation and giving us so much important information regarding the vulture conservation and the importance of wetlands in it. Thank you, sir. We'll be meeting again, sir, after a few minutes. So moving on to our next speaker, I hope Dr. Adil Qazi is present. Dr. Adil Qazi on the topic Wetlands and Migratory Birds. So I again for this would like to request my another colleague, Dr. Priyanka Sharma, Assistant Professor, to kindly give a brief introduction about Dr. Qazi and also invite him for the talk. So, Dr. Priyanka.
Thank you, Dr. B.G. Lakshmi, for giving me this opportunity. Dr. Adil Qazi, he's working as Assistant Professor and Head of Department of Wildlife Sciences at College of Forestry, Navsari Agriculture University, Gujarat. Dr. Qazi did his BSc in Forestry in the year 2006 and MSc in Agroforestry and Ecology in the year 2008 and PhD in Forestry in the year 2016 from Navsari Agriculture University. And he has also done honors certificate course in the year 2018 in wildlife management from Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun. He has been conferred with various awards and like gold medal for top trainee in wildlife management at Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun, silver medal for best all-rounder wildlifer at Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun, Young Scientist Award, Director Journals baton for Best Officer at Officers Training Academy, Kamti, and Best Educator Award in the field of nature education. He has experience of about 11 years as Assistant Professor in the College of Forestry at Navsari Agriculture University, and he is associated with UG and teaching at UG and PG level and various research and extension activities in forestry and wildlife sciences. Sir has also handled various projects as principal investigator. He is principal investigator of almost 2 government-funded plans and 3 projects funded by other agencies. He has also published research publications in various national and international journals. He has published almost 5 research papers in international journals and 11 research papers in national journals. He has also published 4 books and 9 articles. Sir has also participated in 6 international conferences and 18 national conferences. Sir, I extend my warm welcome from all organizing team, and I invite you to give us the notes on this topic.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, respected Dean Dr. Pandey, the esteemed panelist, especially Dr. P.O. Namir, a renowned wildlifer and an acclaimed academician of the country, all the participants, dear students. Can you see the presentation?
Yeah, it is visible.
Visible, okay. Yeah. So a very good afternoon to one and all, and it's been a pleasure since morning that we have been talking about the wetlands, and Honorable Vice Chancellor has had
wonderful remarks on that. We heard Goldin from SECON, and a few other scientists from different parts of the country are also going to talk about the wetlands for the whole day. So I compliment the Rani Lakshmibai Central Agricultural University for taking such a wonderful initiative from my behalf and on behalf of the Navsari Agricultural University. And special compliments to my former colleague and senior Dr. Manmohan Dogariyal, and thanks to him for inviting me to deliver this talk as well. So since morning we have been talking about the wetlands and what is the importance of wetlands. My previous speaker, Dr. Thakur, also told about how these wetlands are important for vultures. And few more speakers are also going to talk about particular species, group of species, how these wetlands are harboring. I would like to address this presentation specifically to the students, and to be precise, to the undergraduate students who are the future of our country and who will be taking up this wetland initiative in future, and probably addressing those future scientists who will make a considerable amount of difference in the wetlands in future. So we all know that World Wetland Day is being celebrated on 2nd of February 2022. How these wetlands are important for migratory birds, how these wetlands are harboring some important wildlife, and why only wildlife, how these wetlands are important for our economic and ecological benefits that we'll talk about in the time given to me. So this is the structure of my talk. I'll be talking about the wetlands. Though it has been talked about the wetlands since morning, I'll address the students that what exactly are wetlands, how they are formed, why they are important, what is the status of natural wetlands in the world, in the country, and in the places around us, what are different effects, and what action we can take. We know the problem, but what can be the solution? Then I'll be talking about the wetlands of India. Of course, Dr. Goldin mentioned in the morning that it is a good day that we are celebrating World Wetland Day on 2nd of February, when on 1st of February, 2 more Ramsar sites have been added. So I'll also brief a bit what Ramsar exactly and how they are declared. Then if you want to talk about the wetlands and migratory birds, the talk cannot be completed without talking about the flyways. So we'll briefly talk about the flyways and how India can perform in Central Asian flyways. Then we'll have a bit talk about the migratory species which are coming to these wetlands and how these wetlands are important for some of the migratory species. And at the end, I would like to share a case study, the area which is near to us, and how the economic pressure can affect the wetland in today's era. So with all of your permissions, especially the permission of Honorable Vice Chancellor and the Dean, Dr. Pandey, I would like to start with what is wetland. We all have been talking since morning, wetland, wetland, wetland. But what exactly these wetlands are? There are more than 50 definitions of wetlands are there in the world, but the most proclaimed one and the widely accepted by the Ramsar Convention, the wetland is an area which is having a different form of water body, but that water body should not exceed 6 meters. This is a criteria which has been defined by Ramsar. Basically, wetlands are transitional areas. And as we all know as a wildlife or as a forester, that these transitional areas are very, very important for any life forms, be it a wildlife or be it any aquatic life, be it any floral life. So when we talk about wildlife, wildlife is a life of edges and ecotones. So these transitional areas between the terrestrial habitat and the aquatic ecosystem work as an excellent habitat for numerous species. Probably as a human, we could not even count that how many species these wetlands can support. They are highly productive ecosystems. In general, not in the scientific fraternity, but in general in the bureaucratic fraternity or in a political fraternity or in the general society, wetlands are considered as wasteland. Even when we talk with the students, they see an area and they see that there is nothing out here. But they are very, very highly productive ecosystem. They are not wastelands. And not only the ecological outcome which we can get from the wetlands, there are economic dependence on the wetlands, and that's what we will be talking about. So how many types of wetlands do we have? As per the IUCN, there are different 22 types of wetlands available in the world. And if we talk about India, we have some 17 different kinds of wetlands in our country. So what we see, human-made wetlands, the different lakes, the different reservoirs, the marshlands, the mangroves, the salt marshes, or the lagoons, the swamp areas, the coral reefs, any water body that you see around your home, around your area, that can act as a wetland. So the categories are very, very high, that these many kinds of water bodies can be considered as a wetland. And as also mentioned by the previous speakers in the inaugural session specifically, the wetlands are covering 6% of the Earth's land surface area. And if they are covering 6% of the land surface area and providing water to human beings, almost all the water requirement of humans is being fulfilled by the wetlands. That's a huge contribution, probably the most important contribution of wetlands, giving water to humans and other life forms. So there can be fresh water, there can be salt water, there can be inland, coastal, there can be even natural and human-made or artificial wetlands. The list you can see estuaries and mudflats and salt waters, and these are all salt water, whereas the rivers, lakes, the water bodies which are having fresh water, they are all freshwater wetlands. Whereas the fish ponds which we are preparing, the rice farms which we have, the reservoirs which we are preparing, the salt farms which we have, even the prawn farms, these are all human-made wetlands. Now, why wetlands are important? Why they are significant in our life? So they are supporting many life forms, as I said earlier. Not only that, they are also helpful in recharging the water. Water recharge and discharge are controlled very significantly by the wetlands. They support numerous biodiversity, plants and animals. Another very important role of wetlands, and which we are going to talk about in detail, is they are supporting the migratory species, and there is an entire convention on that at international level, Convention on Migratory Species, CMS, which are they are working on exclusively on migratory species, and more than 90% of their migratory bird species, they are coming depending on the presence or absence of the wetlands. So they are providing excellent habitat for these species which are migrating for breeding or for food or for their survival. So for humans, survival and ecological as well as economical dependence is concerned, wetlands are providing livelihood opportunities to many. They are providing in form of recreation, tourism. So if we see, and very rightly mentioned by Honorable Vice Chancellor in the morning, that if we say that the forests are the lungs of Earth, then we must say that wetlands are the kidneys of the Earth. Why? Because they are absorbing the toxins. They are, what as a human we are throwing. The plastic is a huge problem nowadays. Toxins are a huge problem nowadays. And these wetlands are helping us mitigate these kind of issues. So they are acting as kidneys of the world. It is said that there won't be a third world war. Nobody knows what will happen in future. But if there will be a third world war, the world war will be based on the water. So water is such a significant element on Earth that it can lead to a war in future. Let us brief a little bit about what ecological and economical functions these wetlands are giving. Ecologically, they are maintaining the hydrology, they are controlling the flood, climate stabilization, shoreline stabilization. Morning we were talking about the sequestration of carbon. Wetlands are excellent in that. The quality of water maintenance, the habitat for wildlife, and as I told, the support of biodiversity. What are the economic benefits of wetland? They are providing water supply, timber, thatching material, food, fodder, livelihood materials, fisheries and aquaculture. Very, very big industry is based on the wetland. Tourism is another, very, very upcoming and very promising area for India to cater the foreign tourists and earn the optimum income out of the wetlands. Water sports are there, floodplains. Then there are cultural and heritage values of wetlands that they provide. Now, if we see what is the status of wetlands globally as well as in our country, we keep on blaming, and as a scientist, as an academician, it is our right to point out the incorrect things in the society. But it is not only in our country or in your backyard. It is everywhere in the world. And let us see the data. 35% of the world's wetland have been lost in the last half century or so. Wetlands are disappearing faster, and they are disappearing faster than the forests. We are highly concerned for the loss of forests, but we merely give importance to the loss of wetland. And I will give you a very prominent example by giving a case study that how we are giving a significant, or rather, due importance to our wetlands around us. There are a number of life forms, as I mentioned, dependent on these wetlands. And if these wetlands are at risk, if 30%, 35% of the world's wetlands we have lost, that means the life forms dependent on all of these wetlands are at very, very high risk of extinction. Many species are becoming, threatened. Livelihoods are being wiped out. Well-beings are being affected. So if you see 35% of the wetlands we have lost. And if we talk about the last 3.5 centuries, 85% of wetlands we have lost. And again, to address to my students, what does this mean? What does this mean that if you have lost some numbers, 35% or 85%, what does that mean? That means that we are putting a big question on our water security. How we'll have drinking water? And this is the biggest problem. More than 50% countries of the world, they are facing drinking water problems. Flooding, another issue. Drought, another issue. And related calamities will definitely have if we are losing our wetlands. Food insecurity, another very, very important problem will face being developed or developing country. Then if we talk globally, there will be a huge biodiversity decline. There will be increase in carbon. There will be low sequestration. Freshwater filtration will be affected. If your kidneys are affected, you know that how your human body can be directly affected and what can be the repercussions, the similar repercussions the earth will have when we lose our wetlands. There is one very recent study by this Global Wetlands, and they are publishing outlook every year. And the recent outlook in 2021 very surprisingly say that the percentage of wetlands of international importance, that means the Ramsar sites, they are being negatively affected by the agriculture and allied activities. So if you see in this graph, the high impact activities, which are majorly agriculture and allied activities, they are actually impacting our wetlands. And that is so this is the time we have to redefine, we have to think again about our agricultural practices, our aquaculture, our cultural operations, and we have to devise new technologies which affect these wetlands least. Now, if the wetlands are lost, what will happen? The fresh water will be affected. As I told, the kidneys will be affected. These wetlands are, improving the water quality every day. There are already 2.2 billion people without the safe drinking water, and every year nearly 5 lakh people die because of the safe drinking water issue. If this will continue, then the wetlands which are safeguarding 60% of the human problems like storm surges, hurricanes, tsunamis, floods, these will be affected. Imagine how much amount of money we'll have to divert to combat with these kind of natural calamities. Each acre of island of wetland absorbs around 1.5 million gallons of flood water. So what a magnitude of ecosystem services these wetlands are providing. They are sequestering higher carbon than the tropical forests, 5 times higher carbon. Peatlands are storing more carbon, 30% more carbon of the land-based carbon, more than double the amount of carbons which are being stored in the forests. 40% of the world's plant and animal species are breeding in the wetlands. They are very, very important in food chain. More than 1 lakh freshwater species which are being identified. And if we talk about the aquatic species, these wetlands are home to 30% of these species, and number of species are being invented every day. So we know the problem, and that's why we are celebrating World Wetlands Day. We know the magnitude of problem. That's why we saw the data, scientific data. We know the problem because we see in our eye, through our eyes, and seeing is believing. We are seeing, around our areas how wetlands are being affected. But what will be the solution? So the Wetlands International say that we have 3 steps to take. And if as an individual, if as an institution, if as a society and a country, if we take these 3 steps, we'll be moving forward to restore these wetlands in the times to come. So first and the foremost, we need to value all these services which are being provided by the wetlands. If we value them, secondly, we'll have to manage them wisely. Not only wisely, but using the technical scientific knowledge which we have about the wetland. And finally, we have to restore and revive the biodiversity of the wetlands we have around our areas. So let's talk a bit about all these 3 points, and then we'll move ahead. How do we value? Nowadays, value is being calculated in terms of money only. So we had, I'll give you one very good example. We had one study in Gir National Park, a very renowned national park, not only of India, but of the country, having the largest population of Asiatic lion. And in the last decade, we had one ecological as well as economic study. And we found out that the Gir region is worth 6,000 crore rupees. So through scientific procedure, as soon as we put one amount in front of the bureaucrats and politicians, the value was, eye-catching. Similar study was done by Indian Institute of Forest Management recently. And it says that 1 rupee which you are investing in conservation of tiger is giving you refund of 2,500 rupees. No any industry in the world can give you this high return except this natural resources which we have. So we have to value them. We have to give them an economic label. We have to quantify their economic value. And if we put these things in front of the people, in front of the society, in front of the common people of the society, then probably the conviction would be even easier for us as a naturalist to save these wetlands. How do we manage we need to manage all these wetlands, and we need to not only manage administratively, but we need to manage all these wetlands scientifically. We have to involve the stakeholders. Stakeholders are very, very important. We have, National Wetland Conservation Plan. We have number of research projects on that. We have publication on, wetlands. But when we go actually on the ground, even the locals do not know that they have such an important, such a significant wetland around them. So involving local communities, the stakeholders, is very, very important. And that's how the management should be in our country. Okay. Having a country of more than 1.4 billion people, it is very impossible to impose laws everywhere. We'll have laws, we'll have, acts and rules, but we'll not be able to achieve what we desire out of those laws and acts. So involving local communities, monitoring them regularly, involving science into it is very, very important. Thirdly, restore especially the degraded ones. Revamp those wetlands, restore the areas. If the mangrove area is there, try and plant diverse species, Abyssinia species are there. There are a number of species, number of indigenous local species are there, which are being affected because of these wetlands are affected. So if we restore all these areas, automatically the life forms will be, revived, and these wetlands will again start functioning as they are providing the ecosystem services since long. As Dr. Dogorial mentioned that this year specifically UN has declared as the wetland conservation. Moreover, the UN has also declared ecosystem restoration decade 2021 to 30. So we as an academician and a scientist, we can put up such projects which can restore these degraded lands and can contribute to revive these lands. Now let us talk about the wetlands of India, though a brief information has already been given by the previous speaker, especially Dr. Goldin, Dr. Arunachalam, Honorable Vice Chancellor, and also Dr. Pandey. But would like to give you a brief detail, specifically to the students, that India became party to this convention, a very, very important convention for the conservation of wetlands globally. And we became party in 1982. We have 49 degraded wetlands. 47 is the wrong number if I tell today, because 2 have been added yesterday, and 5 sites have been declared very recently in the last year. So if we make a total, the 7 sites recently declared in just 2 years. So this shows the commitment of India, Indian government, and the Indian researchers towards our wetlands. India stands first in the South Asia and third in the Asia in terms of number of these degraded sites. And if we talk about the states which are contributing distribution of number of wetlands they have, then West Bengal and UP are having the highest number of wetlands. And so far areas are concerned, we have UP, we have Tamil Nadu, and Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh leading states, and the statewide distribution of wetlands if they are more than 2.25 hectares. And majorly we have inland wetlands, man-made, and we have again man-made wetlands contributing more. So far these inland wetlands and coastal wetlands are concerned. This is again for the students. If you want to know more about these wetlands and the latest information, in the digital era of Google and webinars and information flood, the information is available, but to get the correct information, the authentic information is a tough task nowadays. So this is one portal which has been developed by MOEFCC, and which is an authentic, of course, portal to know about the wetlands of India, which says that we have some 897 total wetlands and 47 plus 2, 49 Ramsar sites, and other 129 internationally significant wetlands and 721 other wetlands in the country. And if you visit this portal, you will get to know the list of all these wetlands, the area, the species they harbor. Even you can click on the map and see the wetland near your area. And yesterday only, this Ramsar declared Khichdiya, proud for Gujarat, and UP, proud for you. So it's a great convergence today that both of us should be happy and appreciate our states to have declared these two, Khichdiya and Bakhira Wildlife Sanctuary, as recent Ramsar sites of the country. So when we talk about wetlands, when we talk about migratory birds, this word comes quite often. Ramsar's, flyway, these are very common words. So Ramsar is nothing but it's an international convention, and it has been well explained in the morning by Honorable Vice Chancellor. And it came into existence. Why Ramsar? Because Ramsar is the name of city, and the convention happened in that city. It's a city in Iran. And in 1907, this convention, the global leaders decided that there has to be one convention wherein all the parties means countries, should take part. And there has to be an international platform wherein we all can discuss the problems, identify them, make policies, recommendations, and take the initiatives globally and impose the countries to implement all these policies and recommendations. So that's what Ramsar is, and as I told, they are using. This is also worth reading report, especially for students. It's a very small 10-15 pages report, but it says all about the global scenario of wetlands. Then let's talk a little bit about the migratory birds which these wetlands are harboring. And after the global studies, these 9 migratory flyways have been identified by the scientists. What are the flyways? Flyways are the areas where all these migratory birds, either all the birds or the part of the population, migrate in particular route. And through a very thorough study, this migratory pathways
There are also some electricity problems in the host He is connecting within 2-3 minutes.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm really sorry, sir. Okay, so is it visible?
Yes.
Visible.
I'm so sorry. I think I hope the wetlands could solve the electricity issue, but anyways, so we were talking about the flyways, and so these are all flyways. And if you talk about India is in Central Asian flyway, and whatever migratory species we are observing, majority of them are of this flyway, the Central Asian flyway. So there are a number of migratory bird species, especially waders, these wetlands harbor. And in fact, traditionally these wetlands were protected for the waterfowls only, these waders and herons and ducks only. And these species, they not only breed, but they forage, they roost. Many of these species spend majority of the time in these wetlands. So these species survival is directly and indirectly dependent exclusively on these wetlands. So far, these species are concerned, not going in very much detail because there are so many species to mention here. The Central Asian flyway and the Government of India recently had one action plan for conservation of these migratory birds and their habitats. And in this action plan, and also by CMS, there are 171 species which have been properly identified, which these wetlands are harboring. Mentioning a few little grab, this lesser whistling duck, northern pin-tailed, the demoiselle crane, and spot-billed duck, pied avos, and black-winged stilt are some of them. These are the species, and I'll share the document as well as I'll share this presentation to students, to Manmohan sir. The students need the list of the species which are being harbored by Indian wetlands. Now, the last part of my presentation, and I would like to share this case study. This wetland is a very, very important wetland. And this could have been the second wetland declared, the second Ramsar site declared from Gujarat after Nal Sarovar is Khijadia. But if proper mitigation measures, proper conservation initiatives, law enforcement could have been done in this wetland, I am very confident that before Khijadia, this Nani Kakrad wetland could have been the second Ramsar site of Gujarat. This is the photograph which I have taken in 2014. Before that, in 2004 and 5, I have personally seen with my own eyes lakhs of ducks and waders and pelicans and flamingos. And I cannot believe that today the situation is very, very grim, very, very unfortunate. So this is the area wherein this wetland is located. And I would like to draw the attention of all the academicians, scientists, and even students and all those who are seeing that what one element of human, so-called development, anthropogenic pressure can lead to what level of loss. And we cannot quantify presently, but as I told, as I've given you example, this loss could have been in thousands of crores. So this is an area named as a Nani Kakrad, which was on the migratory route of all these migratory birds of Central Asian Flyway. And what you are seeing is a surprising element. So this area, this Nani Kakrad, was harboring numerous bird species. Then the hunting started. The fishermen, they deliberately keep these nets, catch the bird, and unfortunately eat it away. Okay. So the vegetarianism is also one factor which can affect the poaching. But in this particular area, anything that moves, anything that flies, people eat. So this biodiversity I saved probably 6-7 years back. And this area presently, there is no wetland. And what is that? I'll show you. So this is one estuary. This is an Indian Ocean. And this is one river named as Purna River, which is meeting the sea. And in this area, what all farm-like structure you are seeing are the shrimp farms, prawn farms, and they are all on illegal lands. They are illegally occupied lands. These are basically revenue lands, but illegally occupied by people. And what level of pressure, you can see the entire area is filled with these farms. I'd like to draw the attention on this particular island. People have not left even island. So they have come on this island and they have made their shrimp farms. So the areas where there are more than, if I'm not wrong, more than 15 species of mangroves, we have identified a number of bird species. So we are visiting these areas, but these areas, these wetlands and mangroves are being converted to these kind of prawn farms. And since these are economic activity, illegal economic activity, supported by the local elements, we are suffering, and the wetlands are being lost, and whatever little we have left will be lost in maybe 3 or 4 years. So I'm sorry I could not show you any success story, but this is a failure story I am sharing. And this is probably an igniting one to take a call and to do something for the wetlands we have. And at the end, I'd like to say that if we want to talk about climate change, if we are talking about the biodiversity conservation, or even we talk about the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the sustainable development at local level, the wetlands are at center. So they are our lifeline, and let us save them. Thank you very much. Thank you all. These are a few people to acknowledge. Thanks to all of them. Thank you all for giving me an opportunity. And if you have anything to ask or share, please feel free. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Adil, for nice presentation. And we hope we will continue with these aspects on the wetlands. And at the end, we have the panelist remarks.
So.
Thank you so much, sir, Dr. Kaji, sir, for giving one such inspiration to conserve the wetlands for the survival of all these migratory water birds and overall the ecosystem that you have talked about, the consequences of converting wetlands to farmlands for economic purposes, but that consequences we have to see. So we should be having these 3 response actions that you have talked about: value, manage, and restore the wetlands. So thank you very much for that. And we'll be having the remarks from our panelists at the end after Dr. Maheshwari's talk. Thank you, sir. Then moving forward with the last speaker of the technical session 1, Dr. Aishwari Maheshwari on the topic, wetland for faunal biodiversity. Now I would like to request my colleague, again, Dr. Deepika Ayate, teaching cum research associate, to kindly give a brief introduction about him, Dr. Aishwari Maheshwari, and invite him for the talk. Dr. Deepika.
I would like Dr. Maheshwari is a Agriculture University, Banda. Dr. Maheshwari is a certified wildlife scientist with a MSc specialization on leopards in Gir Lion Sanctuary and PhD from Wildlife Institute of India on specialization on snow leopards in the Indian Himalayan region, and also work as a Kargil across Kargil, Ladakh, Sikkim, and Arunachal Pradesh. He has been involved on research and conservation of snow leopard in Central and South Asia for more than 14 years. He has visited and given lectures at government and non-governmental platforms for around 15 countries worldwide in the wildlife sciences. Maheshwari has reported 2 new subspecies, that is red fox subspecies and black morph of forest pika from India. He has published several research papers, including some of the most estimated international journals, such as Science and Nature. Dr. Committee, Cat Specialist Group, World Commission on Protected Areas. For his academic and professional, he has been published several awards, prestigious awards, scholarship, and the awards travel speaker, award for particularly scholarship from University of Queensland, Young Artist Award, Earth Hero Award by the Royal Bank of Scotland. And I would like to warm welcome Dr. Aishwarya Maheshwari, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Great. Thank you, Madam, for such a generous introduction. Hello, everyone. I won't take too long between you and your lunch. It has been a wonderful day, and to begin with, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, the chief guest of the event, the guest of honors, Arunachalam Saab, Goli Saab, Dr. Pandey, Dr. Dobriyal Saab, Dr. Namir, and other panelists, my fellow speakers, the head of the divisions, colleagues, friends, students. Hope that covers everyone. So first, let me clarify that I'm not at all a wetland expert. However, I would share some of my experiences and the knowledge while we have been studying in the MSc and the PhD about the wetlands. But I would say I have been fortunate to work across the the often said roof of the world, the high altitude regions, and for example the key wetlands or the Ramsar sites, some of them like Somorari, Sokar, Pangong, in these areas in Ladakh, as well as in North Sikkim, in Arunachal Pradesh as well, in Uttarakhand and in Himachal Pradesh, so the Indian Himalayan region as well. One of the very key point which always come to my mind after looking at the high altitude wetlands and working across the high altitude region in Central and Southern Asia, I would begin the presentation with that thought with you all. Let me share it, the screen, and share. Is it visible?
Not yet, not yet.
Not yet. Okay. I hope it is now visible.
Not yet, sir.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I would like to begin with one of the recent pieces which I published last year, that extinction is inevitable in the globalized world. what we have done to this nature is actually the consequences in the form of various natural calamities and catastrophes we are facing right now. So to begin with, one of the thought while I was working for my PhD and post-PhD work, it actually come that, for example, we are, taking a shower or doing any work with water, and suddenly the water in our overhead water storage runs out. There's no water at all. What would happen? Really, that the situation and that the ecological importance of the water and the wetlands in together is. These are actually the water storage of our ecosystems. So just imagine, I would give you an alarm. I'm giving you one of the key messages to take away from my presentation. And of course, the similar kind of messages were given by the fellow speakers, that respect the nature and respect not just by celebrating such events, for example, the World Wildlife Day or the Wildlife Week, or similar lines, the Wetland Day. What we have done to the nature, that the extinction process, see, the extinction is a natural process. All the living creatures, including humans, have an expiry date on this planet. But unfortunately, we are actually exceeding or extending our expiry date at the cost of the biodiversity or the other species, because human is a well-brained animal. So with that key message, I would, request each one of you to just try to memorize this particular photograph. I took 8 or 9 years back in Ladakh, in the Kargil district. This photograph actually, depicts the challenges as well as the opportunities in front of us. And I would come back to this photograph at the last of my presentation. Meanwhile, I give you a chance to start your thought process with my alarm call, and particularly with this photograph, that how this photograph actually, of course, related to the wetlands, but also depicts the challenges and the opportunities both together. So I want, I would rather thank to my fellow speakers. They have, eased my job while covering most of the aspects of the wetlands. So as it has been earlier mentioned that wetlands, one of the most highly productive ecosystem in the world. So many essential services, ecosystem services, for example, of course, the fresh water coming from the wetlands. And two terms which, particularly the students, I would address this, that the Ramsar Convention and the wetlands are actually running parallelly and simultaneously in all the presentation and all the other events which might have been happening around, and we are also part of the other events as well. So as it has already been mentioned, I will skip the slides. Of course, the wetlands comprised of freshwater as well as the marine, and not just the natural. And recent additions in the wetlands in the country, actually some of them were the human-made sites, such as fish ponds, rice paddies, reservoirs, salt pans, and so on. So if we just look at the timeline, it all started in a snapshot in 1971, the convention. Of course, the beautiful country Iran, the city, famous or popular city, Ramsar. And if you would look at the timeline in 2021 or 2022, rather, we are at the beginning, we do have made a good amount of progress to the convention, and the almost 170 plus countries have actually contributed a lot, but the efforts have to be contiguous to safeguard our natural and pristine habitats as wetlands. Of course, as already been mentioned, that Indian government, or we actually entered into the convention in 1982. So what are the three pillars? Let me just give you a snapshot that how does the Ramsar Convention, or how does, for example, if you have. So I remember last year when Arunachalam Sahab and our colleagues on the World Sparrow Day we were talking about, and he was showing really a mesmerizing and a very nice video of his campus where they are maintaining a good amount of population of birds by conserving some of the water bodies within the campus. So there are actually, as per the Ramsar Convention, there are 3 pillars of working the convention. One is, of course, designate a suitable wetland, which is, of course, a transition habitat between a terrestrial and an aquatic ecosystem, maybe a lantic or lotic, the water depth, and all other parameters are there. Ensure effective management. And the third is what I always talk about, the transboundary collaboration or the cooperation at the national and the international level. So there are wetlands. For example, I have been fortunate to work in the high altitude regions. So for example, like Pangong Tso is one of the wetlands which actually, is a true example, one of the true examples of across the transboundary program. So almost 1/4 of the wetland falls in the Indian territory, and the 1/3 falls in the Tibet or the autonomous region or the China territory. So this is very important aspects of 3 of the pillars of the Ramsar Convention. So there are actually, set 9 criteria for a Ramsar site to be notified as a national and as an international level. Of course, they are, more or less cutting overlap themes. So for example, criteria 1 actually clearly states about a representative, rare, unique, natural or near natural wetland types. Of course, we should have the site as well. The criteria 2 clearly states about it should support, those IUCN red data book listed categories. For example, extinct, we should come down to critically endangered, vulnerable, near threatened, and so on. It should support populations of, so it actually talking about the flora and fauna both. Maintain the biological diversity in that region. And the criteria 4 talks about supports the animal species providing the ecosystem services in that region. Of course, as it is a wetland representing the water bodies of uniqueness in itself, should actually support at least 20,000 or more aquatic birds. It regularly supports at least 1% of the individuals of a population of one species or a subspecies of those aquatic or water birds. Now coming to the fishery, because it is concerning, as I mentioned, with the water, support proportion of indigenous fish, and 7 and 8 both talk about the stock either within the wetland or elsewhere, it depends. So not necessarily that the entire life, as Dr. Kazi, and I was actually, very happy with his presentation that he mentioned and covered almost all the aspects of a wetland. So not necessarily that a species or a flora or fauna, particularly the fauna, actually you need not necessarily be passing out the entire life in that wetland, but representative lifespan should be spent or categorized within that wetland to be considered as a Ramsar site. The criteria number 9 clearly states about regularly support at least 1% of the individuals in a population of one or subspecies of wetland dependent or non-avian animal species of that particular biogeographic zone or that particular site where the wetland is going to be notified. So, we are doing really good as far as in South Asia. We have the maximum amount of Ramsar sites in the country, and of course the Uttar Pradesh is having now, I would say, 10. Earlier it was 9. So yesterday, as Dr. Kazi also mentioned in his presentation, 2 recent additions have been listed under the Ramsar sites from the country. So we have around 47 plus now the recent number what we have. So this map from my mother institute from the Wildlife Institute of India needs to be updated, which I'm sure they will do in due course of time, is actually giving a thorough picture of with red stars where are these wetlands or the Ramsar conventions are distributed, and more to be added. This has been already been talked about as by the previous speaker, that Kicharia and Bharika, the 2 recent wetlands yesterday, have been notified as Ramsar sites. Of course, Chilka and the Kelade National Park in Rajasthan, and then of course Chilka in Orissa were the two founding or the very first wetlands to be notified as Ramsar sites in 1981. Of course, as you might be knowing that Sundarbans, the delta or the famous for mangrove and the Sundarban Tiger Reserve has the maximum number of the largest Ramsar site with almost like 4,000 square kilometer in area. The Renuka, but having the representative sample size of the birds in Himachal Pradesh of hardly 0.2 square kilometer in area, which is the smallest of the Ramsar sites in India. So coming back to what I was talking about initially, the key conservation issues are very challenging. Of course, one is the land use changes, which is happening at the national level. Urbanization, more and more, hydroelectricity dams coming up in these areas. And I always take the help of a very old, photograph, intelligent design that we are excavating or we are actually degrading our own mother nature or own mother earth, which I borrowed from the Washington Post, published in 30th March 2005. Interference with the hydrology. Of course, when the water is involved, the huge amount of pollution, domestic as well as industrial. From the personal experiences, what I can tell you that feral dogs have been one of the most challenging conservation issues for the faunal elements in these areas. And I would talk about that in my upcoming slides. The other concerns, I am now slowly coming back. So just re-memorize the first photograph I showed you. The tourist footfall and disturbing adventurous seeking expeditions are unsuitably increasing around Ramsar lakes, which is happening unfortunately. But it is a challenge, but at the same time, it is also an opportunity to encash, because mostly the scientists, we forgot the local communities. And that is the bridge we need to fill between the local communities. They are the real managers, they are the real conservationists. It is the ownership. So ecotourism activities, unless would fulfill or provide the alternative livelihood opportunities to the local communities, we cannot take them on board. So, but it has to be sustained for a longer duration, the generations to come. And as I mentioned earlier, one of the major concerns across the Ramsar sites is also upcoming and completed hydroelectricity dams in these areas. So as I was mentioning, if you would look at where I'm rotating my cursor at the center of this photograph, this is actually not a Ramsar site. It is a wetland. And there are actually almost at the center of the areas, the tourist companies, I won't name them obviously due to obvious reasons, have pitched up the tents, just center of the wetland, which is unfortunate. These beds, these marshes are the potential habitat, what we call the plovers of the high altitude ecosystem, the marmots. As well as in the rocky outcrops, we have the pica. So these faunal elements would actually get distracted, almost like taken away from those habitats. Their habitat is slowly going off because of these habitats, because of these, artificial creatures. Of course, because it's snow-free season at that point of time, almost like May or June. But it is there for at least for 4 to 5 months starting from April or late of April till September, till the water gets frozen in these areas, in the high altitude areas. So we need to make the balance between the opportunities. Of course, that particular camping site is providing a lot of employment to the local communities, nearby villages in those areas, and they are getting good amount of money, at least 4 to 5 months or 3 to 4 months in that snow-free season of the year. But at the same time, it is also degrading the natural habitats. So there are challenges, but there are opportunities as well. So when I was talking about the feral dogs, this particular photograph I took in 2012 in North Sikkim. So as you can see, one of the characteristic, one of the iconic species, black-necked crane, appear is there, and there was an article published about it. but unfortunately there were actually, hello, sorry. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So particularly, we observed some of the feral dogs in those areas. And unfortunately, when we started regularly monitoring, particularly that plateau in North Sikkim, unfortunately, we could not observe for at least 2 years the black-necked crane in those habitats. So these areas are very ecologically fragile. The water towers of Asia are existing in these locations. And unless we make that step towards the nature, I will share another example with you, which always come into my mind when I give such presentations or lectures. Just imagine we check in a hotel, and at the time of checkout, after finishing whatever our business is, the receptionist gave us a bill of, or a receipt of, a water usage of our amount of duration separately. That, sir or ma'am, you have spent this much amount of water and you will have to spend this much amount of money for that water. So water is the base. And believe me, my dear friends and colleagues, that day won't be too far when we would be asked to pay separately in the commercial establishments to pay for the water usage as per the usage, or the hotels or the commercial establishments will separately advertise that 5 minutes of tap water, 5 minutes of shower would be complimentary, but after the usage of that you will have to pay this much of amount. So water is the soul of the wetland, and we need to conserve water as well as the wetlands by following the prescriptions which I have given and as well as the fellow speakers have given. So I would thank you, Dr. Gobial, who approached me very recently, and all the slides. I would say thank you, sir. The last night messages actually worked out, and I could manage to make some of the slides together and made this presentation overnight. And I would, end my presentation with welcome you all and kindly spread the word that we are also doing a 21 days program at the Banda University of Agriculture and Technology at the College of Forestry on the forest management for sustainable use of natural resources. So I would take this opportunity to spread the word around and to invite you all. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Din sir. Okay, thank you, Dr. Maheshwari, for nice presentation. Yes, I know you are too busy with your this preparation also, and you spared the time. And because we actually, it was not just to target the wetlands, but my thought was that at least to link all the, because most of the wetlands are the habitat for the wildlife, especially the birds, and also why not to connect all the wildlife biologists also and managers.
Of course, sir. I'm really glad and happy, and I took this opportunity to share whatever my experiences were, and thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Now over to Vijay Lakshmi and panelist.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. And thank you, sir, Dr. Aishwarya Maheshwari, sir, for giving a very nice presentation, just starting from wetlands. And you have talked about many challenges and opportunities and many things about the pillars of working the convention, then criteria for getting a Ramsar site. Those things we have come to know from your slides today. So now with this note, technical one has come to an end. With this, now I would like to request our panelists of this technical session one, Dr. P.O. Namir, sir, Dean of College of Climate Change and Environmental Science, and also Shri P. Shiv Kumar, sir, to kindly give the remarks on the talks delivered by the eminent speakers today. And the other dignitaries may also join, and the speakers may also discuss. So requesting, sir, Namir, sir.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, good afternoon, all of you. We are already going late by schedule, and I don't want to stand between you all and lunch. I will make it very brief. At the outset, let me first of all, congratulate the university, Rani Lakshmi Bai, Central University, Jhansi, for organizing such a wonderful, seminar on the World Wetland Day. It's a very befitting on the organizers for thought of organizing such a important seminar. And people have already explained about the significance of wetland conservation, and particularly in the technical session that we have just finished, we did have three speakers. Dr. Remel Thakur, who spoke about the wetland and vulture conservation, Dr. Adil Qazi, who spoke about wetland and migratory birds, Dr. Aishwarya Maheshwari, who spoke about wetland and faunal biodiversity. All of them, did make excellent presentation, and I don't have much to talk about on the aspect that is already been discussed as part of their talk. I just would like to draw the attention of all the participants, a couple of aspects. Many people did speak about the Ramsar sites, and our country, adding 2 more Ramsar sites, thus making the total number of list of Ramsar sites to 49. It is great news, but I don't know. How many of you are aware, there is a publication, a joint publication by BNHS, MOEF, and various organizations that was brought out, I think, way back in 2008 or so, which is titled Ramsar sites of the existing and potential Ramsar sites of India. Okay, so in that, it is authored by Dr. Ramani and Safar Islam. In that, they are actually talking about, currently, we are talking about the existing Ramsar wetland to 49 as of today. But the potential ones that has been listed there, it comes to close to, 500 plus. So only 10% of the potential, wetland areas that are actually are eligible to become Ramsar sites are being, protected or are being, designated as Ramsar site. That is one thing that we need to understand. And another aspect that I would like to draw the attention of all of us here is that though having a Ramsar site is a great recognition, unfortunately, Ramsar site per se does not have a legal validity. So it is a recognition. Then based on that, it is the respective state and central governments to take action on the preparing the long-term sustainable management plans for these Ramsar wetlands. So that is one thing that we need to understand. Another point that I would like to highlight here is that in the year of 2017. The Ministry of Environment and Forest of Government of India has brought out a rule called Wetland Conservation and Management Rule. This is an important step that is taken by the Government of India, this Wetland Conservation Management Rule, wherein one of the primary objective of this rule has been to notify important wetlands of the country. So once it is notified, so I told you about the shortcoming of not having a legality with respect to the Ramsar sites. But once it is notified under this rule, that is the Wetland Conservation and Management Rule of 2017, then it becomes mandatory from the part of the state governments and the central government to bring in regulatory mechanisms for the protection and the sustainable use of the resources of these wetlands. But unfortunately, though it's been passed in 2070, and based on which, there are state wetland authorities. That is one of the mandate of this rule, is to constitute state wetland authorities, and it is a responsibility of state wetland authorities to designate and notify significant or important wetlands. And I would say that I am a member of the State Wetland Authority of Kerala, which was constituted in 2018. But it's now 4 years since it's been constituted. But until now, at least Kerala has not designated or notified the important wetlands. I don't know the status with respect to the other states, but I'm sure it is not much different in other places also. I would say that one of the major challenges that's been faced by our wetlands is because if you look at this wetland habitat, our previous speakers also highlighted this issue. While going through the beautiful photographs that they presented, it is very evident. One of the challenge of our wetland, I would say, is that wetlands are, vast majority of the wetlands are all located in highly economically or commercially valuable areas. So the pressure upon this commercial piece of land from the real estate perspective is tremendous. So which is some of the reality that we need to understand. So these are some of the points that I thought I would highlight. Let me take this opportunity to once again thank the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the University for giving giving me this opportunity to be part of this. I would also like to thank other dignitaries, Dr. Pandey Saab, Manmohan Dobriyal Saab, who kindly invited me to be part of this. And I also congratulate all the three scientists who have, professors who have made the presentation, Dr. M.L. Thakur, Dr. Adil Qazi, and Dr. Aishwarya Maheshwari, for making excellent presentation. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. for your giving excellent remarks about these your sessions and about the every speakers, and you have gone in detail about that what should be there should be some legal tools also for preserving such a precious gift of the nature. Thanks once again for giving the remarks.
I think Dr. Shivkumar is not there. He will join in panel last only because of he's already in somewhere else. So shall we move for next or any other comments for this session from?
Any question from the participants?
Any questions from the participants? Otherwise, all these three presentations were excellent presentations by Dr. Thakur, Dr. Adil Qazi, and Dr. Aishwarya Maheshwari. In very detail, first talk, and Dr. M.L. Thakur Sahab has given about to this vulture, and even in one complete lecture, how he has given that how number of these vulture species are into this country, and what was happened to for their decline status, and how to conserve. Even finally, he correlated how these wetland and water bodies are necessary for their further this growth and for survival. And Dr. Adil Qazi given excellent information about wetlands, different classifications, even very experience also. He shared that as this forest is considered to this lungs of to this ecosystem, then wetland as a kidney up to this ecosystem. So such way narrations and such way of remarks gives the real thought to this students and everyone, that how we have to this conserve and preserve to this wetlands. Dr. Aishwarya Maheshwari is good work onto this faunal diversity. He's working and he is very young stage. He has made a good dent and hope that in future he will be contributing a lot to this this wetland and related faunal diversity and faunal management. So with these words, I think we should move to this next session.
Thank you very much, sir, for your remark again. And again, thank you for all the panelists of this technical session and all the eminent speakers who has given their full 100% in the session. And I hope all the participants did learn many things from this session. So this this marks the end of the technical session 1. So we would like to move to our technical session 2 now with new panelists and with some new speakers from the list. So we are already running late, so let us quickly start the technical session 2 on the theme wetland management. So technical 2 is also having 2 panelists, namely Dr. Tarun Thakur sir and Dr. M.J. Dobriyal. Like technical session 1, I would like to give a brief introduction about them before we start the session about our panelists. So I'll be starting with the sir, Tarun Thakur sir. So he has done his post-graduation and doctorate in forestry from IGKV Raipur. And he is a recipient of Young Scientist Award by the World Academy of Science, Alexandria, Egypt during 2012. And even CG Young Scientist Award by CG COST 2006. And is currently working as professor and head in the Department of Environmental Science, Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Amarkantak, Madhya Pradesh. His area of interest are landscape ecology and environment and health assessment. So forest structure, function, carbon sequestration, vegetation and analysis, and GIS and remote sensing. He has published many peer-reviewed papers, over 55, around 4 books, organized many, like 16 training programs, handled 11 externally funded projects, over what 157 lakhs under review. Many projects are 3 in number and visited 11 countries for any scientific purposes. And he has started his working career as an assistant professor in the Department of Environmental Science, same in the Amarkantak during 2012. So he has started giving his services since 2012 and doing his best in this domain. So it was all about the Professor Tarun Kumar Thakur sir. Next, I would like to brief about our next panelist of this technical session. Is Dr. M.J. Dobriyal, Manmohan J. Dobriyal sir. He is presently working as professor and head forestry at College of Horticulture and Forestry, Rani Lakshmibai Central Agricultural University, Jhansi. So he also has been serving, having an additional charge of PME cell, PG coordinator and student welfare officer at the university. He has completed his BAc forestry from GB Pan University of Agriculture and Technology, Pantnagar. Then he did his PhD from Forest Research Institute, Dehradun. Then he is a recipient of MHRD GOI Residential Scholarship to study this BTBS at this college, Lucknow. Then he is a university gold medalist, and he has received ICR Junior Research Fellowship during his PhD fellowship. Then he has also started working since 2001. So 2001 as a junior research fellow he has started. So I warmly welcome both the panelists, Mr. Tarun Thakur sir and Dobriyal sir again. And with this, I would be starting the technical session with the speakers. Okay, with the speakers again, sir. At the end of the session, the 3 talks we are having here in this again. So after these, we'll be taking some remarks about the presentations today. So we'll be coming back to you again, sir. Thank you. So this technical session, under this technical session 2, we are again having 3 talks, which will be delivered by Dr. Anil Kumar Gupta, sir, Dr. A.K. Pandey, sir, and Dr. Prashant Srivastava, sir. So now starting with the first speaker, Dr. Anil Kumar Gupta, on the topic wetland management for drought and flood management. For this, again, I would like to request one of the colleague, Dr. Garima Gupta, Teaching Cum Research Associate, to give a brief introduction about Dr. Gupta and welcome him for the talk. Dr. Garima.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay. I have honor to the speaker, Professor Dr. Sir. He has distinguished career in risk management, strategist working in the area of disaster management, environment and climate resilience for the more than 25 years with national, sub-national and business administrators. He has created for preparation of national and sectoral disaster management plans, human resource capacity, development plans, national action plan. Yes, sir.
अभी वो लगता है उपलब्ध नहीं हो पाएंगे वो.
Okay. I think I should stop, sir.
Sir, should we move on with the next speaker?
Dean sir, शायद next let's see the. सर आपका शुरू कर देते हैं डीन सर.
Okay. So for these, for again, because of this unforeseen some reason, we were not able to get our first speaker now. So we will be moving on towards our next speaker, our respected Dean sir, Dr. A.K. Pandey sir, who will be giving the presentation. For him again, I would like to request one of the colleagues to introduce, give a brief introduction about him. So at least she can say something. Dr. Pavitra, Assistant Professor, to give a brief introduction and welcome, sir, in a very brief and quick mode. Dr. Pavitra.
Please mute your mic, please.
Good afternoon, all. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce Dr. A.K. Pandey sir. Presently, he is working as a Dean, College of Horticulture and Forestry, Rani Lakshmibai Central Agriculture University, Jhansi. Prior to joining RLBCAU, Jhansi, Dr. Pandey sir served as a Dean, College of Horticulture and Forestry, Pasigat, Arunachal Pradesh, under Central Agriculture University, Impal, Manipur. Before entering the university service, Dr. Pandey sir worked as a principal scientist at the ICAR, Indian Institute of Vegetable Research, Varanasi. He is an ARS scientist of 1985 batch. He obtained his MSc and PhD degree in horticulture from CS Azad University of Agriculture and Technology, Kanpur. Dr. Pandey sir participated in the first international postgraduate course on protected agriculture in arid and semi-arid regions at Hebrew University, Jerusalem, Israel. He has published more than 80 research papers, 167 popular articles and review articles in journals of national and international repute. He is an author of 12 books. His contribution towards utilizing the underutilized vegetable crops in addressing the nutritional security is considered one of the most notable achievements in enriching the food diversity and inviting the attention of researchers to lesser known vegetables of the country. He has conferred several awards and honors for his distinguished academic contribution. Honorable President of India has conferred on him the prestigious Rajiv Gandhi Gyan Vigyan Puraskar for his book Dalhan Sabji during 2012. Defense Research and Development Organization honored him with the first prize of Rajbhasha Puraskar for his book Bharat Mein Sabji Utpadan Pramukh Kisme Evam Vikas Ki Taknik. His other two books like Patiwala Sabjiya and Naya Sabjiya have also been awarded by the DRDO. He also received a Rajbhasha Puraskar during 2003-04 under National Award Scheme for original book writing on Gyan Vigyan on his book Gri Vatika Evam Hamara Swastya. He is a prolific writer, and for his significant contribution, Scientific and Applied Research Center, Virat UP has conferred on him the Outstanding Authorship in Science and Technology Award during 2010. He also got Lifetime Achievement Award during 2016 by BSRD Allahabad. He is a member on board of a number of scientific societies and academic panels. He is a fellow of Indian Society of Vegetable Sciences, Jhansi, and Society of Biological Sciences and Rural Development of Allahabad. With this brief introduction, I would like to invite Dr. A.K. Pandey sir to deliver his lecture. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Pavitra, for giving the very exhaustive introductions. So, first of all, I welcome the very learned chairman and panelist, Dr. Tarun Thakurji, my colleague, Dr. M.J. Dobriyal Saab, and whole day this your program was very informative. In inaugural sessions, we listened about what the wetlands, and that was very good remarks of our worthy Vice Chancellor and very good remarks of our guest of honor. And in first of these your sessions, we got a very good information about how this your wetland is a necessary for to this your survival of a number of creatures such as vulture to this your and migratory birds and other a number of amphibians and other faunal diversity. Dear participants in these sessions, in half an hour, I'll be delivering this your talk, how these your wetland are important for plant diversity. And especially I'll be touching some of these your plants which are very essential, very useful, even in some of these your pockets where these wetlands are there. They are supporting to this your livelihood of to this your surrounding peoples or nearby this your people. So this I start my this your presentations. Briefly, I will go about to this your right from morning. We are listening about to this your wetlands definitions. Even Dr. Adil Kazi and very rightly said that more than 15 type of definitions or 15 type of definitions of wetland are available. But 3 parts must be there, as I have mentioned. At least periodically the land support predominantly hydrophytes. There should be some wetland vegetation. Nature of the soil should be this your hydric, and the substrate is a non-soil and saturated with water or covered by shallow water at some times during the growing season of each year. At least 5-6 months. That's why this your most of to this your rice field we have also included under to this your wetland programs. Coming to this your other definitions which has been given by Canada's National Wetland Working Group. There also, and finally, 3 points must be water, hydric soil, and specific vegetation. Somewhere it has been mentioned into this your document that artificially created bodies, water bodies, we are not including, but that is a point of some dispute also. Somewhere we are considering. Hello.
Yeah, slide is not changing, sir. Could you change a slide, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Now it is changed, sir?
No, sir.
Slide move nahi ho rahi. Slide move nahi ho rahi. See any?
फुल स्क्रीन में करिए सर।
देखते हैं।
नहीं मुझे आई थिंक सर वो सिलेक्ट नहीं हुआ है। कोई है सर उधर?
देखते हैं।
शैलेंद्र सर आ रहे हैं सर, शैलेंद्र सर जा रहे हैं। फिर से एक बार स्लाइड शो कर सकते हैं सर, इसको बंद करके
दोबारा सर
दोबारा और एक बार से
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, yes. Now come.
Yes, yes, sir. Please, sir. Sorry for disturbing.
नीचे तो नहीं जा रहे ना?
हो रहा है सर. It's going.
हो रहा है सर.
इससे नहीं नीचे. अच्छा. अब
या स्लाइड चेंज हो रहा है सर.
ठीक है. थैंक यू सर.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
थोड़ा अच्छा. So, morning in inaugural sessions, I said that this wetlands work was initiated in 1971, very humble beginning. And in last 5 decades, a number of good organizations have joined the hand with the Ramsar Conventions. And presently it's a headquarter in Switzerland under IUCN office. And all these organizations are other way, one or other way, directly having the link with the wetlands. If wetland is intact, all our birds or migratory birds are all related to this or all that are also having to this or sound health, sound their everything's. If wetlands are intact, so our biodiversity is intact, and that's why this your IUCN is also giving a unflinching support to these Ramsar conventions, and a number of other even different countries, even Africa, Southeast Asia, number of NGOs have come. So we can see a good thoughts that has got a good backup from all the corners, number of national, international institutes, NGOs, and I appeal that everyone should come to this year under the umbrella of such a holistic task. Very good definitions. That was also this year again cited by Sir Abdul Qazi, that during this year Ramsar conventions, a very good definitions has been given. Wetland including inter alia, river, lakes, marshes, estuaries, lagoon, mangroves, seagrass beds, and peatlands are among the most precious natural resources on earth. These highly varied ecosystem are natural areas where water accumulates for at least part of the year. Driven by the hydrological cycle, water is continuously being recycled through the land, sea, and atmosphere in a process which ensures the maintenance of ecological functions. So that is a whatever that is a transition phase, transit place, that is other way very important. That's why I said that wetland is a mother of water. Somebody saying wetland is a kidney and forest is as a lungs. Such type of notions, if it is coming, it justifies, it indicates that how it is important. Unfortunately, in last one century or last century, we all consider that is the useless creature of the nature. But nature is quite wise. Nature is quite helpful to this your human being. All its a creature is for to this your welfare of this your people. So that type of scientific feeling, that type of thought should be inculcated in everyone. Morning inaugural sessions, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir has cited that every year wetlands celebration has been given a very good theme. Last year's theme that was for inseparable water, wetlands and life. Same way, even event up to this year, very beginning up to this year, 2015-16, and every year's a theme. Sometimes that theme has been given as a wetland for biodiversity management, wetland for our life, like that. So this all justified that how a wetland is important for a number of cause or for number of aspects of this your life. In numerable this your services, soil formations, even for an inch of soil, there is a 5,000 years taken. And in that cases, this your water and such type of this your water bodies are very much important. Nutrient cycling and bioremediations. Bioremediation is still a very novel topic into this your for addressing the pollution and addressing the number of things where there is a very much problem of this water pollutions related to this very lethal chemical, and that is the very eco-friendly this your mechanism. Protecting flood, providing this your fresh water. If 1 acre up to this your wetland is managed, so that is having water storage capacity of almost of 3 acres up to this your feet. So like some wetlands is a very good buffer state that controls all these problems. Many times we listen to this or floods problem into number of cities because what earlier there was this or wetland bodies that we have encroached, and we have erected our buildings and colonies. Source of fuel load, already that. Reservoir of genetic resources, aquatic biodiversity. In fact, we are having more knowledge about this terrestrial biodiversity, but less about this or expertise, and even less knowledge about this or aquatic biodiversity. Cultural services by functioning as a spiritual and religious symbols, as I cited to this your Keoladev National Park in Rajasthan, and as this your Loktak Lake, and there are these are the some few examples, but there are a number of examples that is giving a good job opportunities, and on that basis a number of hotels, number of tourists, and even that has given a good business opportunity to this your number of peoples. Recreation ecotourism, that is educational and heritage value. Even some of these are our sites, Ramsar sites has been placed under to this your as a natural, as a international heritage recognitions. And simple bioremediations, if it is for the student's sake, all these your plants and its surrounding are taking to this your carbon dioxide and giving you to this your through photosynthesis process a product of to this your carbohydrate. It is itself a very good service. And wetlands fight this your climate change, and for this your climate point of view, if the major culprit is these carbon dioxides, so wetland is having such a mechanism to this your having storing capacity of this your carbon, and it's a unique carbon sequestration capacity itself is a very good mechanism to this your fight the consequences of climate change. Different type of this your phytoremediations. Phytoextractions, that is the simple mechanism where uptake and concentration of substances from the environment into this plant biomass. Simple. Phytostabilization is another process reducing the mobility of substances in the environment, for example by limiting the leaching of substances from the soil. Phytotransformation, where chemical modification of environmental substances as a direct result of plant metabolism, often resulting in their inactivations, degradation, phytodegradation, or immobilizations, or phytostabilizations. And phytostimulations, enhancement of soil microbial activity for the degradation of contaminants, typically of organisms that is associated with the roots. This process is also known as a rhizosphere degradations. Phytovolatizations, removal of substances from the soil or water with release into air. Sometimes as a result of this your phytotransformation to this your more volatile or less polluting substances. Rhizofiltration, it is also a unique process, filtering water through a mass of root to remove the toxic substances or excess nutrients. The pollutants remain absorbed in or absorbed to these your root systems. Some of these your aquatic plants, they play a very good role into phytoremediations such as alfalfa, hybrid poplar tea, blue-green algae, arrowroot, Sudan grass, ryegrass, duckweed, Bermuda grass, yellow and white lily. And here I have given a number of aquatic plants. Even they are very good, or they are very good source for to this bioremediations of a number of heavy metals, even very lethal chemicals such as mercury to cadmium to this your cesium 137. I will not in detail about to this your about how, but that is a good information, and our students should know about to this your whole aspects of to this your bioremediations and how this your wetland and aquatic plants are useful, and that process, if it is naturally that is going on, and if we are managing and nurturing to this your wetlands and free of the cost, that filtration or that bioremediations, or that way we are purifying to this our waters, and we are getting a pure water, filtering the waters, and we are saving our water bodies and and aquifer from to this your lethal chemicals or lethal leachates. This all indicates that presently globally we are having to this your almost 26.9 million kilometer beyond to this your Ramsar sites or wetland sites. This all gives to this your number of Ramsar sites, and somewhere first figure that is the number wise, second figure goes part to this your area wise. What informations that has been given, UK is having the maximum number of these your sites, more than 200 sites, that is the Ramsar site. It indicates that country should have a more awareness, and I feel such a awareness there is a, so that's why number of these your sites that has been reflected, and once this site has been reflected under the Ramsar site, certainly it is a receiving this your attentions of these your planners, policymakers, and with the guidelines of these your Ramsar sites, they are maintaining, and it is a good sign that in country, in India also, we are getting a good number of these your recognitions of these your Ramsar sites. Ministry of Environment and Climate Change last year in 2019-20, they these were selected 133 wetlands, and in first of these your critical review of on different points of these your ecological concerns, they has published this your informations that 33 wetlands are in very critical stage and they need immediate attentions, and accordingly this your money has been allotted with this your 60 to 40% share up to this your central government and state governments, and almost 100% share will be whereby to this your central government in northeast states of, while going to this your program on rejuvenations and reclamation of the wetland of northeast states. Ramsar sites in morning, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir has given a detailed account of number of Ramsar sites. Globally, we are having 2,414 Ramsar sites, and in India, 47 Ramsar sites, and very biggest one that the Chilka Lake. In Chilka Lake also got this your notion in Montauk's record. But in 2002 it was removed. Presently we are having 2 Ramsar site into Montauk's record. Montauk's record is the another chapter of Ramsar sites where we get a detailed account And in Montiac's record, those sites are included which are having some problems, where some resolution is needed, some attention is needed. So that Montiac's record is the separate chapters, and presently we are country is having it's a 2 Ramsar site under Montiac's record. Chilka Lake was a first our lake that was put under to this your Montiac's record. On that account, it got a good attention for its where problem of this your siltation was there, and even the threat was a number up to this your aquatic, even aquatic life was there. So all these 47 sites, different state-wise, and only 9 Ramsar site in the place, and one more that has been recently has been given. So total that will be the 10 Ramsar sites. Some of these your picture of these your wetland areas, Baladev Ghana National Park and wetland area of Chilka Lake. Wetlands of the Sambar Lake and Loktak Lake. Left and right in downside, Sambar Lake, that is the brackish waters, and Loktak is the sweet waters lake in Manipur. And major its beauty of this your Loktak Lake is that is a Phumudi, that is the floating water, floating grasses, where Sangai deer is there, and Sangai deer is considered as a endangered species, and Manipur, that is the state animal, and every year Manipur organized this functions on Sangai festival. And I have visited the Loktak Lake, that has given this your livelihood more than 1,000 of the people's surroundings. Even in the new ventures, they have created to this your surrounding lands. Some parts they are going for to this your organic farming, and some it's this your soil are also directly being utilized for to this your organic farming. This is the festivals and Sangai deer, that is considered an endangered species. Major concern up to that we have not paid good attention about maintaining the holistic way of wetlands. This all indicates that even developed countries, USA, more than 85% loss of this year wetland. France 86, Spain 60, Philippines 67%, and all this has happened in during this year last century. So it means more than 80%, and same is the conditions for others. And what is the result if such a way we are reducing these precious water bodies? Last point, it has been mentioned by WW. Living Planet Index, population of the freshwater species declined by 76% between the 1970 to 2010. It means in the 40 years of these times, 76% of these freshwater species have been declined. This notion has been also given in the Green Planet Index. It means we are least bothered about that how it's such type of these water bodies if we are losing. So on that account, if any these plant species or any flora or fauna being wiped out on the planet forever, such type of this extinction is taking place. That is a matter of concern, and we all should be worried about such type of this happening. And these, if you categorize number of these regions are responsible, pollution almost 54%. And if we are passing from to these or any urban areas, cities areas, there we look that how these water bodies have been polluted by the polythene, by throwing to these empty bottles, and number of these garbages, and even we have converted these very good water bodies as a garbage or as a sewage water system. So that is a point up to this worry. Then biological resources use 53%, natural system modification 53%, agricultural and aquaculture. In morning, one of the presentations, I think Dr. Kadil, he was speaking that agriculture and aquaculture, if we are also not taking in the holistic way or in planned way or very wisely, if you are not practicing, so that is also causing a major threat to this your existence of to this your our what means wetlands. And major problem up to this your cities areas up to this your water bodies is the burgeoning populations, very fast growth up to this your urbanizations. And this problem of urbanization is very much into this your Asian countries. European and American countries, all they were in the cities. Now very fast end of urbanizations that is going to these Asian countries. There is the problem, and in India 3.1 to 4.2% urbanizations growth is coming. This is a situation up to this your slum populations into urban areas. Presently in the country, almost 10 crores of this your population in the slum areas. And if you move to this your any cities areas, you'll find that near to this your railway track where there is some water bodies, or into outskirt of to this or any cities areas, there is any water bodies, there will be people erecting to this your black polythene, black cephalones, and there will be residing, and they are creating to this your havoc to this your very much to this and that water bodies, polluting by all means, throwing to this your garbage, throwing to this your plastic, throwing to this your empty waters. And that problem is a very much in all two states, especially into this your Maharashtra and UP, where in Maharashtra 2 crores population is as a slum dwellers, and 1.2 crores population in UP, that is up to this your slum dwellers. These in city areas, very much this your city refuge or slush are coming to the water bodies. That is a major problem. And till date, we have not any good plan how to this or manage the city waste, city garbage, city slums, and that's why these are even not only wetlands, most of the rivers even are getting trouble. Ganga Action Plan be initiated long back in 84, 83. Still our conditions of Ganga is good. So how we should have a very holistic plan to preserve, conserve these wetlands, avoid to this your getting itself polluted, getting itself to this your sewage, sludge, or such type of your things. If such type of your things are everywhere into these your city areas. This slide is very important. How much up to this your GDP we are expending onto maintaining to this your our these your areas up to these your urban areas. In South Africa, out of GDP 6%, Brazil 5%, Poland 4.5%, and India in metropolitan cities or areas only 0.5% of GDP we are going to maintain. I don't know this your government has launched to this your smart cities plan, how much consideration that is going to give onto this your maintaining the wetland. There should be very primary issues of maintaining the wetland. If wetlands are maintained into this your cities area, it can solve the problems of this your fresh waters. Otherwise, the cities will be having the very much problem of drinking water also. Friends, finally coming to this your our topic, wetlands for aquatic biodiversity. I will be having more consultations about to this your these type of the plants which are directly being used as vegetables or having to this your medicinal importance. I have made some exercise, and this is the good list of to this your aquatic plants that are edible in natures. Velvet leaf, Indian blue water lily, water lettuce, Marsilia, pygmy water lily, and Manchurian rice, Zizania latifolia, common water plantain, water mimosa, parrot's feather, Duke lettuce, Epnogeton, Kisor, and Hydrolia. And finally coming, I'm not going to read, almost total 26 families, 38 plants I have listed that are consumed and that are considered as aquatic vegetables, and in fact they have given a good nutritional security to these people surrounding to that wetland areas where they are grown. I will cite some of the very good examples of water spinach, Ipomoea aquatica. During rainy seasons, when most of these your leafy vegetables you can't grow, they are in such a difficult period. This your water spinach comes, and I have found that in Bihar, West Bengal, and in some other low-lying areas of Assam, during 3-4 months, people harvest this water spinach. Even in Philippines and AVRDC, Asian Vegetable Research and Development Center, have collected a good germplasm of Ipomoea aquatica, and very scientific way improvements. Another program have been initiated for its genetic improvement, as well as production technology have been standardized for. Same way, Nilambo nuciferia, lotus, every part is useful. It's a stem that is Kamal kakdi, its rhizomatous roots, and even its fruits. In Jammu and Kashmir, Dal Lake, that is a major point up to this your lotus productions. Even China has taken lead into this your lotus productions, and very smart technology have been standardized in China for upland production of lotus. And number of produce of these lotus are available into this market as a processed and value-added salted lotus roots, fresh kept lotus root in whole, water boiled lotus roots, compound dish, and lotus powder, and that are all considered very health beneficial foods. Second important crop, that is water chestnut or singhara, Typa bispinosa, and all we consider the Typa or singhara as a very pious food during the fast. We take such a these plants. Unfortunately, even vegetable scientists and others have not paid good attention about its collection and its varieties, and other improvement work have been not made. One very major problem up to this your singhara is the singhara beetle that creates a very much havoc to these your singhara plants. Unfortunately, no any restaurant line or no any standardized package have been developed. Recently, I was looking one of these China's paper. 3 species they have pointed out. Typa bispinosa that we are also having. Apart from Typa bispinosa, they have got Typa quartispinosa and Typa pseudoinsia. And in India, we are having 2 types of this your one, the having green skins, second one to this your red skins. And second plant in this line, that is the makhana. Makhana, we all know that makhana is also very pious fruits and very nutritious fruits during fast we take. And makhana say number of processed product is especially it's a salted pop is very much preferred, and even India is the exporter of to this your makhana also. And countries 80% makhana is produced only in the 2 districts of Bihar, that is the Madhubani and Darbhanga. And Makhana Uralphirex, that is a very selective plants for its this your growth. In very few pockets of the world it is grown. While I was exploring the literature, it's a very limited cultivation in the Japan, and India it is being cultivated in Bihar, in very few pockets of the Rajasthan, and in northeast into Manipur. And a number of these its importance, even as I said that the India is the explorer of also, but its production technique is a very cumbersome. And recently ICR has taken lead to this your given NRC on Makhana that is situated at Darbhanga, presently at ICR Research Complex for Eastern Center Patna. Under that it is working. It's a black one color of these your seeds, and it's a making of this your pop is also very difficult. It is pop is made into 2 rounds of its process at heating at a very high temperature, 240 degrees centigrades, further giving to this or some moisture, and again heating at 300 degrees centigrades of the temperature, further hammering with this your wooden hammer, then such type of this your pops comes. So for that, avoid to that difficulties, our chef at Ludhiana have come forward to develop one machine for pop making. Even earlier, IIT Kharagpur also shared its expertise for to this your giving to this your pop making machines. This center has taken a lead for giving the production technologies. Even for the harvest purpose, they have devices, some of these your instruments. And in production technology, they have taken lead as a Makhana cum fish culture and Singhara or water chestnut cum fish culture as line up to this your paddy cum fish culture, which was very much popularized during the 90s in the northeast areas, particularly into this your Assam and Bihar. So that way, these 2 crops can be taken as in profitable ventures. Apart from that, there are a number of edible grains. In fact, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines, they are habitual to take such type of this or edible leafy greens. I have been in northeastern regions. I've got that Mizo, Manipuri, and Arunachal people, and some areas up to them, some pockets of this or Assam. They all take to this or these edible leafy greens. Unfortunately, our knowledge for such type of this or edible greens is very limited. Many times I feel that most of these edible greens have not yet been nutritionally analyzed. Even one work was initiated by where I was working at College of Horticulture and Forestry in collaboration with the NIN for to this or analysis of such some of to these or local edible greens. So such type of efforts is needed for to analyzing such type of very succulent plants that comes under water bodies or into this your surrounding to this your marshy lands. Alternanthera sessilis, that is also very much preferred into Kerala areas, Pangani, that is a note. Monoqueria, Talinum triangulare. Talinum triangulare is the known edible leafy vegetables in the Assam areas. Watercress, Roripa, that is a very preferred edible grains of family Brassicaceae, and major preference of watercress is that it comes into fresh water, not into this or any other type. And in Canada, its a preference is very much, and some advanced technologies such as NFT nutrient film techniques has been developed for to this your watercress production. Ceropteris thalectoides and Picea steoides, these 2 leafy grains, very succulent in nature, that are grown into Manipur areas. Apart from some tubers and rhizomes such as Chinese water chest and swamp taro. As colocasia, swamp taro is a little different. Swamp taro also comes under to this your brackish water, and in condition of inundated water, where colocasia doesn't bear standing water, but swamp taro is having ability to this year survive under to this year stagnant water. And Nymphia tetragona, such a that is a near species up to this year Nilambo nucifera. So all these develop to these rhizomatous roots, good source of carbohydrate and starch they are. So all these aquatic vegetables are also addressing the nutritional security. And as I said that down one, iodine deficiency. Nature is the quite wise in all wetland places are to these Himalayan belts. There is the problem of iodine deficiency, and nature has given the Ipomia aquatica, water spinach, that is among all edible leafy greens that is very much rich into iodine content. So we should consider, and we should a little bit concentrate our research on such type of problems. Second one is very much important. If you are getting very sound hand onto this your processing and this your value additions and transformation of produce to this your one product to another product, how that will be useful? That during Second World War, even water hyacinth was used for to this year during scarcity period for to this year consumption purpose, and water hyacinth is having very rich into this lysine content. And mostly we know that most of this year our food stuff are deficient into this year lysine content. And if any mechanism we develop to this year extract this year lysine contents and further convert in another form of these products, that will be very good efforts. And if any such type of this your venture is made, so certainly we can address the problem of such type of this your micronutrient malnutrition. And there are a huge scope for transforming to these products for the different use, for to this your poultry use, to this your livestock, even for to this your human being also. One very delicacy up to this your aquatic plants, such as we very popularly we say Manchurian rice. Manchurian rice is a very much delicacy in the multi-star hotels, but Manchurian rice is nothing, just a wild rice where there is this your infection up to this your particular fungus, and that caused to this your swollen stem or swollen pseudo stems, and that pseudo stem with that infections it gets a sweetness, fleshiness, and that we in multi-star hotel that is taken as to this your Manchurian rice, that is the Zizania latifolia. Apart from that, two very marshy weeds, Typha latifolia and Typha angustifolia, their flowers and are also consumed. Their rhizomatous roots are consumed by these tribal people of India and other countries also. Apart from edible uses, these plants are having a number of medicinal uses. I'm not going in detail. I will cite these examples. Oentha javinka, that is a very good medicinal plants, and Spilanthes ismella, that comes under to these city areas, and it is commercially utilized for developing to this medicine for toothache. And Utimba wasabi, that is the wasabi is a very good medicinal plants, and its production is restricted only into this Japan. We all know that Japan is the this country of number of islands. So on that marshy lands and fresh water, this your Utimba wasabi is what we say horseradish. Horseradish is having very much medicinal importance. Horseradish is the Armonia rusticana, where this is having similar flavor, etc. But this wasabi is differ to horseradish Armonia rusticana. It also plant up to this family Brassicaceae. Uralphyrex Makhana is also having a very medicinal importance. Even first time this cerebrosites have been isolated from this Makhana, that is very much useful for number of disease related to these cerebrum problems. Spilanthrus esmella, as I cited, spilenthal, that is the commercial medicine has been extracted for to this problem. Apart from aquatic ponds, these wetlands are also a very good place where there is the good source of to this edible algae. In fact, these foods are very rich into these micronutrients, and especially they are the very good source of a quality amino acids. Unfortunately, very meager work, very less work has been conducted or done onto this harnessing the potentials of edible algae. Only few have come, such as spirulina and chlorella, that are being utilized, and many times we look into this market, they are sold on to this very high cost. These are the examples of. Further, very important point is that most of these aquatic plants, they are resistant to this most of the fungal diseases, and that attributes must be to this harnessed for further genetic improvement up to this number of crops. One examples I am citing as the Oryza glaberrima. Oryza glaberrima, that is the African rice, and it was grown, it was in production in the African countries more than 3,000 years ago. Still, that is cultivated in some pockets. It is considered as a very holistic plant also in the Africa, but it was it was dominated by to this Asian type of this Oryza. But this is having the unique capacity of a survival under to this stagnant water conditions, free from a number of diseases, and especially these fungal diseases. Dear participants, I am happy to inform you that I was looking most of these Chinese paper. They are utilizing such aquatic plants in their improvement programs towards developing the varieties resistant to this fungal resistance. Almost aquatic vegetables, where the questions goes more than 50-70 types of these vegetables. I have cited about to these 35, and future studies should be that if we are going to these molecular studies of tracing to this gene responsible for resistant against to this biotic stresses, especially this cold water, stagnant water, and for to this some fungal and problems. Most of these aquatic plants are resistant to these fungal infections. So that attribute we must this trap for to this our further improvement program. Problem, very limited literature are available on these aquatic plants. I tried 10 years ago about to this collect some informations. On that lines, I published aquatic vegetables, almost 35 vegetables, their nutritional values, its production practices, everything has been mentioned. And I'm happy to share, dear participants, that these aquatic vegetables, most of its copies was taken by this year China and Canada. Even it has been subscribed into botanical gardens of Germany also. So I will appeal all you that if you are having any interest, so we must some focus about to these some aquatic plants which are having very potential value, potential source also. So these words, I thanks to these organizers. I have cited one very good quotes that present policy of wetland just to drain it and develop part of this your agriculture that is not in accord of the nature. There is a need to technique that will allow us to use wetland as a wetlands. Cultivating aquatic vegetable is one possible way. Same way, morning sessions, one of these your speakers said that wetland loss is a multiple loss than to this your forest loss. Unfortunately, we are not to say we are giving much our emphasis onto this your forest loss. We are giving number of programs on the afforestation, but many times we are silent onto these your wetlands. As we have initiated a number of programs for joint forest management, same way we should launch a number of programs for joint wetland management also. And as I cited, such type of this your some efforts should be taken. So it's health as well as it's this your productions will be also in the sound health. That way we can save to this your wetland as well as we can harvest some good edible vegetables also for our health sake. So with these words, I once again thanks to this your organizer for giving me opportunity to speak on such occasion. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for your very informative and nice presentation, sir. Excellent, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving a very vast knowledge and information regarding this wetlands and on the topic aquatic biodiversity. You have talked many of the things and important parts you have covered. So about the discussion, we'll be discussing at the end with our respective panelists. Then I think next speaker I would like to call upon. So, sir, should I call the next Dr. Prashant Srivastava, sir? As Dr. Okay. So next speaker, Dr. Prashant Srivastava, will be talking on the topic application of remote sensing in wetland management. Remote sensing in wetland management. So to introduce him, I would like to request my another one of the colleague, Dr. Anjana Kholia, Teaching cum Research Associate, to invite him for the talk and also give a brief introduction about him. Dr. Anjana.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good afternoon to respected Dean sir, Director sir, and the panelists of this technical session, Dr. Tarun Thakur sir, MJ Dobial sir, and all the respected members, those who are with us for this today's national webinar. And with now I would like to introduce Dr. P. Srivastava sir. He is currently working at IESD Banaras Hindu University as senior assistant professor and worked with hydrological science, NASA Goddard Space Flight Center on SMAP satellite soil moisture retrieval algorithm development and its instrumentation and simulation of various applications. He received his PhD degree from Department of Civil Engineering, University of Bristol, UK. The doctoral dissertation, his doctoral dissertation primarily focused on the use of optical and microwave satellite synergy with weather research and forecasting for terrestrial application. Sir was a recipient of several awards such as NASA Fellowship, University of Maryland Fellowship, Commonwealth Fellowship, Early Career Research Award from DST, CSIR as well as UGC Fellowship. He is leading number of projects funded from reputed agencies in India as well as world. He is also a collaborator with NASA on SMAP soil moisture calibration and validation as well as different AVIRS NG mission of India. Sir has made more than 180 publication in peer-reviewed journal and published 9 books with reputed publishing house such as Springer, Taylor and Francis, Wiley and elsewhere, and several book chapter with good citation index. He has presented his work in several conferences and workshops and acting as a convener for last few years in EGU, Hydroinformatics, and other conferences as well. He is also acting as a regional editor Asia, associate editor of Journal of Hydrology, Water and Resource Management, Frontier Remote Sensing, associate editor of Remote Sensing, associated editor of Environment, Development and Sustainability, and several other journals also. So with this brief introduction, I would like to request sir for his presentation and talk. Sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Anjana. Thank you, Dobriyal sir and Tarun sir for inviting me for this wetland workshop. And that is quite a important topic for nowadays, because we are getting lots of messages today on this wetland theme, and I can see that wetland is degrading at a much faster rate as compared to forests. So it is quite a important topic for nowadays, and I can see just here the Professor Pandey sir presentation. It was really nice. And we really like to know how these species are changing when these wetlands are changing, because the disappearance of this wetland also, I think, reducing the overall coverage of these crops also. And initially I thought that whenever we are eating this makhana and all those things, we do not know that it is actually from this black seed that we are generally popped to get this makhana that we are eating, and it is quite a costly, I think, item in dry fruit category. So thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us with your very good presentation. Today's topic is actually application of this remote sensing technique in wetland management. And I think can you see my slides, please? Is it visible?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So this remote sensing is one of the important tools that currently we are using for this floodplain mapping, as well as you can also use for this wetland management. Because what happened with the wetland thing, that if you see the wetland boundaries, wetland area, it is continuously changing, and with the physical movement, or you can say with the physical measurement, it is not always possible to get the actual extent of this wetland and their changes. But remote sensing, because it is a synoptic coverage, it is giving area information in a very short interval of time at very spatial and temporal scale, so that can be used for monitoring of these wetlands also. And with the recent advancement in remote sensing, now it is possible to go with the wetland water quality. It is also now possible to use it for different plants that available in wetlands, as well as we are also going with the this phytoplankton algal bloom monitoring in the wetlands, because we know that because of this algal bloom, other things, there is a lot of degradation happen to this wetlands. So how we can monitor those things in a very short interval of time, or how we can use this tool to give information to the policymakers and managers, so that you can reduce the losses happening because of this anthropogenic activities. Because most of the activities are anthropogenic, then we can say that is rest is that like impact of climate change and other thing. So coming to this World Wetland Day in 2022, if you see this year theme is World Wetland Action for People and Nature, and it is an appeal to all segments of society to save the wetlands from despairing and to restore the degraded ones. So first we need to see what are the wetland that is available in the past. Then we can have some estimate that how much wetlands are disappeared and how we can restore the degraded ones. So if you go with the previous year satellite images, if you go with the other topographical sheet and Survey of India maps and other survey that it happened in the past, then we will know that there are a number of wetlands available in the past. And now many of them are disappeared. Even in our state also, many of them are disappeared, and several are degraded because of release of a number of waste into these wetlands. So some wetland, some wastes are industrial links, some wastes are laundry links. So you can see they are now degrading with a much faster rate as compared to the past. And if you want to monitor those wetlands, remote sensing can be used as a promising approach, because it is providing us a data of a large area. It also gives you data of the past 30-40 years. And now we can compare to see that how a particular wetland or how a wetland of interest is changing with time. And if you see that, if you see the past images, satellite images 30, 40 years back, a number of wetland, or you can say pocket, you can see in the images. But after nowadays, you can see most of the pockets are disappeared. Either it is covered with the landfills, or there are some building appear on those wetlands because they generally put a lot of dumps and another thing. And now those are not anymore in that small wetlands are not anymore existing in those regions. So things are happening, and because of high population rise, because of some, you can say, climate change impact also, that these wetlands are now going to disappear, or in the future. Many more will disappear in the future. So coming to remote sensing, we already know that remote sensing is a science of getting information of an object without touching or without coming in physical contact of that object. So it is simply a process of acquiring, processing, and interpreting those data sets, or we call it images, so that we can see how those changes are happening in a particular region. So there are different type of instruments that we are using. Some instruments are ground-based, some are space-borne, or some are airborne. So all these instruments we are using to monitor a particular area. For example, if you go with the ground-based instrumentation, we are using hyperspectral radiometer. We are using other multispectral handheld instrument to get an idea of an area, that how a particular vegetation is behaving, what is the health of that particular vegetation, how it is changing with the time. So with the ground-based instrument, we can get a more realistic observation of a particular point, a particular area. And with the airborne, we have camera installed to get a better picture. Like coming now, we have this drone images. We are having sensors in this drone, and now we are monitoring wetlands and other thing by using this drone data set. We call as we have that drone data set with a few sensors like red edge, RGB, and some camera, and then thermal images. So we are taking images of a particular lake or particular wetland to get an idea how this it is changing with time, with the season. And third one is like we have a satellite images, and satellite images is the best thing to use right now, because it is a large picture of our not only one place but all over India and world. So these satellite images generally we process like our ground-based instrument or airborne, and then we provide algorithm to get the idea of the particular wetland, how it is changing, how their water quality is changing. We are also doing some drone flights in a recently funded project by DST. So in this project, we are trying to map the wetland, their water quality, their phytoplankton constituents, and the changes in some of the algae in the particular wetlands. So we are using all sort of things over here, from high resolution ground-based to high resolution satellite-based images to monitor a particular area. And we already know that most of you that remote sensing using electromagnetic spectrum of the land, ocean, atmosphere to give you the information. So this information generally we are taking from this in this electromagnetic spectrum, that if you see that we have start from the gamma ray, and then we are going X-ray, ultraviolet, visible, infrared, and microwave. So our environmental application, you can see that we are mostly using this visible, infrared, and microwave information. The rest of the wavelength like radio waves, they are using good for TV or maybe for telecommunication, maybe for your radios and aircraft and shipping band. But for remote sensing and environmental remote sensing, we are mostly relying on this visible spectrum, because visible and this bandwidth, basically ultraviolet generally they don't use in the remote sensing platform, because it is carcinogenic. If it is fall on your skin, it will cause cancer and the thing. So ultraviolet generally is not using for large scale remote sensing practices. But for environmental application, large scale application, we are relying on visible, infrared, and microwave remote sensing. Microwave involve both radar and radiometers. So here in this case, that this is the wavelength that we are using. And why we are using this infrared and visible and this microwave information, because if you see visible, we have red, green, blue channels, we have near infrared channels. So they are interacting more realistically with the vegetation. And similarly with microwave, it is interacting, or you can say it give you more better idea of the water features. Like it can penetrate vegetation also. Like if you go with the lower frequency thing like microwave in 1 gigahertz range, So in this 1 gigahertz range, if you see that it has a highest penetration power as compared to this visible and other thing. So if you want to go with the water thing, if you want to penetrate the vegetation and go up to see what is the water area coverage over there, then microwave is the best. So all sort of remote sensing can be used for identification of wetland water quality, as well as any vegetation changes that is happening in the particular wetland or lake or river. So coming to geospatial technique, why we are relying on our geospatial technique? Because it has both our remote sensing data sources, as well as you can say we have geoinformation system. So when we couple our GIS with this remote sensing, then we generally call it geospatial technique. So geospatial technique, because it is providing a synoptic and high temporal coverage of an area, so it can be used to monitor wetland resources also. And in this way, we can also create an inventory of the different wetland that is existing in the country or in the world. So in a previous presentation, if you said that there are many Ramsar sites are there, many lakes are there, many are disappeared, many are changing. Like if you see the first lecture by the Honorable Vice Chancellor sir, that they are showing that there are a number of things happening in the wetland. Ramsar sites are their areas continuously changing. So now there is an inventory available, so that they have a proper database of those wetlands. Those are very important for us. And if you see, there are some minor wetland less than 2.5 hectares. Those wetlands are also mapped, but if you see now, their areas are also decreasing because of so many other activities. So with the geospatial technique, we can identify or locate a particular location. We can also see the information of a particular lake, their photographs, their boundaries information. We can also monitor the changes with time, and with the decision-making tools, like we are using analytical hierarchy process and multi-criteria evaluation to give a site suitability analysis, another thing for creation of activities over there, so that you can save the wetland, or also it can use for other purposes like for recreation and other thing. So by merging remote sensing with GIS, it can provide a lot better information as compared to if you go with the physical means to monitor those wetlands. Similarly, topographical maps are provided by the Survey of India, and these are the actual map that is showing the various land use land classes, including water sources. And it also provides various lentic and lotic wetlands of the country, means like flowing and non-flowing wetlands of the country. So it has one topographical map, Survey of India map, that is prepared quite a years back. But when you compare those Survey of India map with the recent satellite images, then you find that some of the wetlands are now not existing in those regions. So, and using these tools, you can see that how wetland scenario is changing in the country, and how it is disappearing, and how with the advanced remote sensing technology that I will show in one slide, that how those satellites is showing that how wetland water quality is also changing. So with this, we can map a large area in our shorter interval of time, and if we merge all this topographical sheet, our latest remote sensing data, and when we bring you into the GIS, then it can provide you a much better information as compared to other techniques. So it is a major tool that can be used for visualizing and seeing the information. We can also link the land, water, and atmospheric component with our wetland changes. So because climate change data sets are available now through various satellites, we have also other data sets available through other means that can be linked with our work. So these are some platforms that I was talking about. That we have the radar system, we have a aircraft system, like with the aircraft, and we have number of satellites available that is continuously monitoring our system. It is an example of GPS and GPM constellation. GPM is providing information of our precipitation and other thing. And if you see, it comprises of nearly 9 to 10 constellation satellites. So it is one of the most sophisticated mission, you can say. We call it global precipitation mission, and it is actually a big satellite, and it has several small satellite constellations. So all the satellite constellation are taking the information and then passing to this big satellite to give you information of our globe. So in this way, Earth observation our radar system, our other system like handheld radiometers and other thing we are using, along with this aircraft data to monitor our wetlands. So many information are now continuously people are also using balloon-based measurement to see the wetland extent of the area. But now with the upcoming drone and the system, now it is much easier to monitor a particular wetland every year. And all these systems are giving you some images in form of red, green band channels, you can say, and it gives you information in terms of pixels, and all pixels are representing some form of features. And for example, if there is a water, it pixel value is different. If it is a land, its pixel value is different. So what we're trying to do, we are trying to extract this pixel information, try to know what is the actual value of land, what is the value of this water, and then accordingly we classify that this area is land and this area is water. So this is one of the example image that I'm showing, that we have around here green, red, and IR band, and then we have this shortwave infrared. And when you create a RGB composite, like we also call as false color composite, in which we are taking this green, red, and IR, so you will get this color. So in this color, all the black pixels are actually your water pixels, and rest of the red color pixels are actually your vegetation features. So once we know that, okay, these are the water, this is the vegetation feature, then we try to see what is the value of this vegetation, reflectance value of this vegetation feature, and what is the reflectance value of this water feature. And accordingly, we put in our machine learning algorithm to classify all type of signature in this image. So this is one of the general approach that we are following. And in this approach, you can see we first having our data, like many people collect data in form of survey, then they put in an Excel sheet or spreadsheets. Then we extract the data sets, and then according to our model or according to our tool, we try to format those data sets so that you can incorporate all those data sets in a particular software. And then we develop several applications using those things. For example, if you have a need of water quality monitoring of particular lake, then you will choose algorithm or format data according to your water quality feature. If you want vegetation health of a particular wetland, if you want to see what is the eutrophication of the particular lake or wetland, then you accordingly you need to choose the data sets. And then you can do and design your practical application over this. So there are three terms over here. One is input, other is abstracting, and third one is generalization. And then we go with the other schemes, like how we can get actual information from the satellite image. So generally we divided into 3-4 categories, like classification. In classification, we are using several machine learning algorithms. Like simplest one is logistic regression. And then machine learning, we are going with the support vector machine. Then one of the other advanced are random forest and naive Bayesian. So all are this, what they are doing, they are working with this approach to classify the image. And then we also use some filtering technique to reduce the noise in the data sets. Like whenever you are taking data set from Earth observation, like satellite and something, then if there is some atmospheric disturbance or something, then there is some noise happening in your spectrum. So how we can reduce those noise? Because if there is a noise, suppose there is a cloud or there is an aerosol or something in between your lake and as well as satellite. So how we can reduce the noises that is created by those aerosols and water vapor or any other thing like ozone. So for that, we are generally using either physical based approaches to reduce those noises, or we are using some simple statistical thing like filtering. So what filtering do? It filtering remove the noisy pixels and give you the smooth spectra of a particular region. Then we also use some other method like clustering. So if you see this method, this classification of support vector machine random forest, or if you see k-means, one is supervised, another one is unsupervised. In supervised, generally, we have some information of our area. Like I told that black color is a water and red color is a vegetation. So how we get this information? Because once you move in that area, in red color area, we will see that, okay, here it's all agriculture or a forest area. That's why we are getting red color pixel in our images. But if you move to towards some black area, then it was okay. That black is actually due to some water stagnancy or water thing, because of the some logging happened over there. So you got some information through your field visit, and once you have that information, then simply what you have to do, you have to give a small area information to your model. And whatever, for example, if a water pixel is there and water pixel is having a value of 0.3, so this support machine will try to find where is that range 0.3 to 0.5 is existing, and then it will give, okay, wherever we are getting 0.2 0.5 range, that is a water. So it will classify that image into water. In K-means, what we do, we simply give that, okay, divide this full satellite image into 5-6 category. So what K-means do, it will cluster into 5-6 category. And now if it is clustered into 5-6 category, means it's like one category is here, one is here, one is here, one is here, one is here. So in this way, it will categorize or classify whole image into 6 category, but you don't know what each category means. So what happens if a category 1 is here? So you need to do a survey and see what category 1 is representing. So you will write, okay, category 1 is water. Then category it is category 2. Then you will go and check at least one point over here. Okay, category 2 is a forest. Simply is this agriculture or is suburban area? So it will classify you first, but you need to perform a field survey to see what actually existing in that area, whatever is nearer to you, and accordingly you create a legend. But in supervised, you first select few pixels from here, few pixels from here. So you will do these few pixels are water, these few pixels are actually a forest area. So it will classify this whole area as a forest, this whole area as a water. So you have previous knowledge of this thing when you are using this supervised algorithm. But in unsupervised, you need to know about you classify first, and then after field survey, you decide that what is existing in that area. So whenever we are going to a known site, suppose we are going to map a forest type or forest discrimination, and we don't know what type of forest is existing in the region. So first we do a survey over there, we try to get the information of that area, and then we put in algorithm and run for a larger area. So from a shorter or small area, we get some information and prepare our spectrum or training data set, and then we implement on a larger area so that we will save our time and money. Similarly, for dimensional reduction, if we have a large number of data set, we try to reduce the data set so that we can perform analysis at a faster rate. So this is a simple approach that we have a training data set. For example, in training data set, you have a small number of pixels representing water. You have a small number of pixels representing your agriculture area or forest area. Then we put in our algorithm, for example, here it is a support vector machine or regression based machine. And we'll also provide our data like satellite data. So it go into some algorithm model, then it runs like support vector machine, and then it give you some information prediction. For example, this much area is water, this much area is forest. And then we evaluate, means we have at least few points to see the accuracy of that area. If accuracy is good, we release that data set. If not, we need to repeat this exercise until unless we are getting a better representation of our field. So this way, this classification algorithm happens, and then we get the information of a particular area. So coming to our wetland monitoring, there are several indices available, but some of the very popular indices like they are for monitoring of wetlands as well as floodplain areas. So these indices generally we are using, we are not taking directly as a classified or land cover data set for mapping the waterlogged area, but instead we are going with the indices, because indices also capture if there is a mud or something, it can also capture those area and give you that as a wetland coverage. So that's why we are not giving only the black on something. Even it is a light gray or shade or something, this indices can detect those areas. So one of the famous indices over here is normalized difference water index. It is simply a ratio between a green band in the satellite and near infrared, and then the sum of that. So if water is there or mud is there, then NDVI value is coming generally more than 0. And when it is non-water, then it is coming around less than 0 or equal to 0. So what we try to do, that generally we have satellite images or our drone images. In drone images, we have green band, we have near infrared band. We do each pixel analysis and we get a NDVI image. And that NDVI image generally, then we see that where we are getting value more than 0 or less than 0. And then we try to predict that this much area is water and this much area is non-water area, maybe agriculture, maybe urban or something. So why the NDVI is better than our normal classification? So if you see the NDVI value, it is increased reflectance of water because of this green wavelength. In this green wavelength, you will get more reflectance of water. And because of use of NIR, it is giving a low reflectance. And some of the high reflectance you will get from the soil fission and vegetation. So wherever we are giving this low reflectance of NIR and high reflectance of this green wavelength, then we are detecting that those areas are generally water. But there are some problem in this indices. That's why there is another index coming in the feature, like we call as modified NDVI, because what happened with the that NDVI, that sometime because of mixed pixel effect, some of the pixel get contaminated. Contaminated means, like, suppose one satellite image has some pixel, like if you go with the Landsat images, one of the oldest satellite Landsat, the pixel size is around 30 meter. So 30 meter is quite big, 30 by 30. So in that 30 by 30, you can have some, can have water, you can also have vegetation, and maybe possibly have some built up area. So whenever this type of things happen in one pixel, then that pixel gets contaminated. And that contamination is not properly captured by this NDVI. That's why instead of NIR, people started using short wave infrared, because this short wave infrared is better interactive with the built up area and all those things and giving you the negative value. So with the soil information in this modified NDVI, NDWI is giving much better information of your water area as compared to the NDWI. So some of the, once we have these images like modified NDWI or NDWI, then we need to use some algorithm, because what happened, it will give you a black and white image. Like you are getting a RGB image, colorful, red, black, everything is there. But once you implement some indices, then it will give you a black and white image like this. It will give you black and white image like this. So you don't know what this black and this white are representing. So what we do, we use some algorithm, machine learning algorithm, that is quite popular and giving a good result as compared to other things. So in this case, we use just, for example, a support vector machine. And support vector machine is good thing in that it created a optimal separation of two object classes. For example, one object is water, other object is vegetation. So how we can differentiate these two? So SVM creates some number of support vector to differentiate the two object into in the hyperplane. So you can easily separate this by using this machine learning. And that's why, as compared to the linear regression or maximum likelihood classification that we are using in the old time, nearly 10 years ago or 7 years ago, it is giving a much better accuracy, much higher accuracy, nearly 20-30% more accuracy than older techniques for this classification. And if you see it like our simple classification technique, if you see that they are giving take a value and classify each area. But what happened with here, that this support vector machine, that it uses similar tuning parameter, like our what do you mean by tuning parameter here? Like suppose you have a bike or something, what the mechanic tune your carburetors and other things so that you can have a better fuel efficiency, you can have a better bike performance. So that tuning is also needed with the models. So how we do this tuning? So we have several parameters in this models, like we have a penalty function, distance function, and several other cost function. And what we do, we try to optimize it. So with other functions like some linear model and some non-linear model. And then we, after tuning, we classify a satellite image. Like here we are classifying a Landsat image. And after classifying, we get a area of water, we get an area of agriculture or vegetation or something. And then we try to see, we also have at least few points, 30-40 points of that area. by using GPS, and we try to see whether our classified area that in satellite image we are saying that this area is urban. So whether our ground truth collection, like using GPS or something, it's also showing that it is a urban. If it is urban matching properly, then our algorithm is right. Otherwise, again, play with this penalty function. So it is an iterative approach. We need to play with 10,000 times to get a proper function. And once this function is obtained, then we release our classified images, and that can be used for the different purposes. So here some of the approaches that we are using, how we are calibrating this type of functions, how we are getting, how is the change in the accuracy. So if you see that this algorithm at C is giving a much better accuracy as compared to this other function used in this. So we tested it with different degree of polynomial from 1 to 6, means degree of polynomial means, like you would know, y equal to ax, y equal to ax squared, ax1, ax2, ax3, like this. If you increase the number of functions in the algorithm, then how it changes our performance, classification performance. So we found that at 3 level of polynomial, degree of polynomial, our accuracy is found best. So whenever we are using polynomial, we put our value as 3. Similarly with this gamma factor, this factor, we found that at this factor we are getting a higher accuracy. So in this way, we first tune our models. We try to see different combination, and then once we find a best combination, then we use it for the classification. So here, if you see that we have a NDWI image, okay, and one is near infrared based and second is shortwave infrared based, and both you can see that how changes are there in both the images. So if you see the image A, if you see the image B, if you see the, you can immediately find the difference. That once this is your pre-flood image and this is your post-flood image. So in pre-flood image, you don't have much area, water area over here, because before monsoon during the summer, you don't have water over here. But once you have a post-flood images, you can see that there is some changes or some water is coming over here. So it is a Ganga River basin in Ganga River in Varanasi, and if you see that there is a sand over here during the summer season, and after monsoon, this all these sands are now disappeared because of this water logging, and during the monsoon, these areas also get flooded. So you can see there is a changes in the area also. These all white things are your flooded area, and similarly here, instead of using NIR, we use MIR, shortwave infrared. And in shortwave infrared, you can see that it is giving a much sharper and better information of an area as compared to this NIR. And we see there is that somewhere here it is also classified as a, or taken as a water, but here actually this is not a water. These are all areas are without any something is over here. So that is why you can see it is detecting some area, but not all are detected by NIR. But SWIR also detect built up areas. If there is some built up or some pumping station or something is there or something is here, it can detect. So once you classify this area, NIR based and shortwave infrared, one is NDWI, other one is MNWI, like modified normal difference vegetation water index. So you can see that NIR, we are detecting very less waterlogged area, but in MNWI we are having a much better presentation of this waterlogged area. So wherever flooding it happened, wherever you have a water changes, you can detect by using this shortwave infrared in combination with green. In combination with green. That's why in wetland monitoring, shortwave infrared with green is giving a much better waterlogged area or wetland mapping as compared to your NDWI. So, and again here, instead of using you can say a normal classification method like MLC or linear regression, maximum likelihood or regression, we are using support vector machine. And support vector machine is giving a much better result as compared to your previous classification algorithm. So you can see, you can easily detect all this waterlogged area in this machine, and after that we try to get the changes, how much changes happen during the pre and post monsoon season. So you can see these all areas are your change area, that after waterlogging, this much changes happen in the area, and you can also get a number of area that is actually waterlogged, or that is actually, you can say, converted to wetland during the monsoon season. So along with that, we are also using different spatial modeling technique like HACRAS and other thing. Then this geospatial models and things, what we are doing, we are trying to map flooding of a particular area, and how it is mapped by using a digital elevation model. And we are also having the hydrological data, and we see how it is during the monsoon, how much area will get flooded. Similarly, we are using this depth inundation mapping technique, that during the monsoon, when there is a more water in the wetland, how much area will be inundated, because most of the places now around the wetland, there are now household constructions are there. So if there is a flood or something, how much area will be flooded during the monsoon season or near about the this wetland. Again, with the help of this, we also can calculate how much area will be inundated if those wetlands are flooded during the monsoon season. Because some of the area, like in Uttarakhand, one wetland burst occurred last time, and it caused a massive damages. So how we can map those water that is incoming to those wetlands, how, when it will be busted, and if it is busted, how much area will be submerged. So those type of thing can be done with the help of spatial modeling, and it can be used in proper wetland characterization. How much area it will, if it is a particular wetland burst, how much area it will inundated in the near future. So you can calculate all those things so that you can manage. Similarly, we are also using this microwave approach, because it is not sensitive to the this atmospheric noises, and it has high penetration power. So it can give you information about how this during the monsoon or during this season, how much area will be flooded. And by this microwave, if you are going for the proper wetland mapping, it will give you a better picture of how much wetland is existing in the region, and how much area you can means how much area will be flooded if there is a monsoon season. So microwave can also be used. Why we are not go with the more with the optical, like I showed you Landsat and 8 another thing, because during the monsoon there is a high percentage of clouds, and during cloud it's like it cover a blanket, and satellite cannot see your earth surface because in between there is a cloud. So monsoon season, you cannot go with the optical infrared satellite, because those satellites don't have that much penetration power. And if there is a cloud, high amount of aerosol or something, it cannot penetrate. So you will not get any reading below those clouds. But best thing with micro, that it can penetrate those clouds also. So it can give you a reading during the monsoon also. That's why we are going with this more with the microwave based approaches, flood for waterlogged and other area monitoring. And this is one of the things that done with the SCATSAT microwave satellite, how flooding is happening during a particular month. But you can prepare daily with for a full country. It's like during June, July, August, how it is happening. So coming back to advanced microwave, advanced technology not related to microwave, but average NG, it is one of the most advanced technology that is going on. And satellite, they are now making satellite in this direction, because if you see with the multispectral images, we have only few bands, but with the hyperspectral, now we have a continuous bands available with us. So you can say, if you see, we have only 7-8 bands in this Landsat and Aster images, but in microwave we have a continuous bands available here. And because of this continuous band, it is giving information at every nanometer. So it's like it is providing a X-ray of a particular object. Either it is a mineral, or it is a water, or it is something else. It will give you a continuous information. So this continuous information now we are also using in water quality monitoring. So this is, you can see that because it is giving a continuous information, it is giving a spectra of a particular water. So if there is a chlorophyll, if there is a carotene, if there is a phycoerythrin, phycocyanin, or chlorophyll, it has different absorption areas. All these absorption areas are already identified that at this point there will be a chlorophyll absorption, at this point there will be phycocyanin or phycoerythrin. So we need to find this absorption area, and then you can link with your water quality of a, you can say your lake or your wetland. So how we are doing this, that we have a absorption area over here, and then we try to get the band information of these areas. So, and then we get an index like NIR minus R, or you can say band 1 minus band 2, band 1 plus band 2, and we get an index. So this index is phycoerythrin sensitive. So then we run that our index on a full scene, and wherever you're getting higher value of that index, that indicate your high phycoerythrin concentration. If you have a low value, then it will be a low concentration. For example, here is a map of phycocyanin. So phycocyanin is generally sensitive at this wavelength. So if you want to do a phycocyanin mapping, then you need a wavelength around 624 nanometer. So take a wavelength of 624, take a wavelength of 630, then do the differencing, and then after getting this, run on your water wetland image or water river or lake image, and then you will get a range. So wherever you're getting a blue value, their phycocyanin is less. We are getting a high value, then their phycocyanin content is high. And this way you can also map eutrophication of a particular wetland or lake, that how this eutrophication is or how this other nutrients are getting into your water body. So this way, this is now going advanced, and we are also putting this hyperspectral cameras on, you can say, on a drone also to map a particular lake or something, like we are doing in a current running project. We are trying to monitor the other water quality and other phytoplanktons in the water. So this way, these things are going in the different wetlands. And coming back to the challenges, that there are some challenges happen, because if you see, there is a spatial mismatch between ground and satellite data set. So if you see a lake, then you can see that that lake has a means the satellite data has a pixel of around 30 meter, and in micro it is a pixel resolution around 30 kilometer. So if you go by 30 by 30 kilometer, 900 kilometers square, just one pixel. But in 900 kilometers square, maybe that area is not there, because you will get an average value for water and land and everything. With the optical data set, you are getting a pixel of 30 meter by 30 meter area. So resolution is high, but what happened during monsoon, you don't have those data sets. So there is some problem is there, that you will not get all the information in the monsoon season. If you want high resolution, then you will not have a data set during monsoon. If you want data during monsoon, then you don't have that resolution, because micro has a coarse resolution data sets. So there is a spatial mismatch between all those information. So what we do generally, we do our sampling during the bright light condition, when there is no cloud or something. So even during the monsoon, when there is no cloud over the particular, you can say, wetland, then we fly our drones or take satellite reading. And when there is a less cloud, then we use our drones, because drones are flying below clouds. So we get data by using the drone high resolution data sets. Second thing that I mentioned over there, that spectral resolution. So if you see that most of the previous satellite, like multispectral or this satellite, if you see the multispectral, it is giving data set for last 40 years. But it is good to monitor the area, like how much area is getting changes in 40 years or 50 years of time in a particular lake. But if you want to go with the lake quality, lake phytoplankton assessment, lake eutrophication, then you need to go with the hyperspectral. So hyperspectral is recently launched. We have only 1 or 2 years of data sets, but multispectral we have data set, but we don't have that much bands. Here you can say we have only up to 2 to 30 bands. Here we have around 300 bands, but it is giving data only up to 1 or 2 years. So now we can use in this information to monitor the this water quality and other aspect of particular wetland. So spectral resolution wise, hyperspectral is best, but getting a coverage, it will take time, this temporal coverage. Third issue is like a temporal coverage, that we don't have high resolution everyday data sets. We have high resolution data set every 16 days interval in case of Landsat. And although temporal coverage of microwave is good daily, but the problem is like we don't have this high resolution data set because their pixel size is around 36 kilometer by 36 kilometer. Second thing that currently we are facing with our currently ongoing project, that there is a no dedicated network we found for wetland management. Like they don't have proper installation of instruments and other thing, at least to some important lake where we can get information of their water quality, of their changes, at least season wise. So this type of network is needed, because for river, I can see that they have installed flow gauge and all those gauges. They have a center pollution control board networking stations also. But with the wetland, this network is very poor, or at some wetland, it is not at all found. So if this type of things are there, then we can see the degradation, how much degradation is going with that particular wetland, how their water quality is changing. So we can do that. So this type of thing that we are currently facing, if there in the future, if those things are there, then it will be good to save our wetlands. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
I hope I finished within the time.
Oh,
yes. So,
very nice presentation. Very nice, very elaborative and very informative.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving detailed information. In fact, this remote sensing is a need of our, and as there is the wealth of wetlands, only such type of advanced technology and persons like you can nicely monitor and nicely manage the things, and you can give a very appropriate data for policy makers and other visionary persons to how to monitor and manage in the future. And
thank you, sir.
And that is only possible with your dedicated efforts and such a good involvement of electronic gadgets, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Actually, I saw your presentation and I saw the canopy, or means the aerial coverage of some of the plants. And I thought maybe if we fly our drone, then we can monitor the quality of some of the plants. Like I saw that makhana and other thing. And we can also estimate what will be the yield this year.
Yeah.
How much area is now degraded. So that can be done by using this type of things. And of course, we can do this water quality aspect. So we are using some of the drone measurement in some of the lakes near Agra, like Itham and other lakes. So we are trying to monitor those wetlands, how it is changing.
So, sir, as morning hours, sir, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, was pointing out about the health of wetland.
Yes,
and that health and its eutrophication, its this your turbidity of this your water oxygen demand of this your, and all these your pollutants and etc. That only can be constant monitoring can be done only by such a technology. And your today's this your lecture that was very informative, and that will be very much useful for our students' sake also. Once again, thank you
so much, sir. Thank you so much for inviting me also.
Thank you, Pandey sir, for giving the remarks, and thank you, sir, Dr. Prashant Srivastava sir, for a very nice presentation and for clearly explaining about the use of remote sensing in managing the wetlands, the use of hyperspectral, the need of that, and the challenges in remote sensing that we are facing now. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you,
so now,
thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Vijayalakshmi, we should move to our worthy panelist for taking his remarks. No?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I guess the other speaker won't be here. So now I would like to request our panelists for this technical session too, Dr. Tarun Thakur sir and Dr. MJ Dobriyal, to give their remarks on the presentations that we have heard now. So we can start with Dr. Tarun Thakur sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much for again giving me chance for technical session 2 with Dobriyal sirji. Thank you very much. In this session, sir, two experts have delivered their deliberations. Number one is Professor A.K. Pandey sir.
Screen unshare कर लीजिए Dr. Prashant.
जी sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And Dr. Ajay Kumar Pandey sir, who is a Dean, College of Horticulture and Forestry, Central Agriculture University, Jhansi. Sir has delivered on wetland and aquatic plant diversity. Sir had elaborated vast experience on the topic, and sir is discussed about the wetland on creation, vulture, and really sir has wonderful presentations, and he has mentions about the wetlands are really unique, productive ecosystems where terrestrial as well as aquatic habitat meet, and wetlands play a crucial role even in environmental and maintaining many more natural cycles and supporting a wide range of plant diversity, and they purify, flourish our water ecosystem and provide fish to rice, even wild rice that feed billions of people. So sir, really you had excellent, I written something what you present. You mentioned about Ramsar conventions from 1971 to 8. How many, if we are talking about India, sir focus on India, China and some other countries, and sir was experience what are the importance of wetland basically in our environment, how they pure our water purification, flood protection, shoreline stabilizations, groundwater recharge, stream water maintenance, and they are how to maintain our fresh water supply to our natural water ecosystem. They catch, store rainwater, underground reservoir, protect them from salty water. And sir is also taking care about how wetlands are very much important for human beings. And 2022 main theme of that how wetlands and people will be clubbing and collaborative work together like wetland and pupil. So far from beginning useless, this is the redden places. Wetlands like provides values that no other ecosystem can provide. Simultaneously, they given us food, fishes, and a number of things, and they are conserving our flora and fauna with the help of wetland. These include some kind of natural water quality improvement and flood protections, soil or n number of erosions controls by our wetlands, opportunities for recreation and aesthetic appreciations of natural products for our uses with there is no cost. Sir is mentions about n number of phytoremediation processes also. Enumeration services of wetland ecosystem services they given us without any investment on that. Phytoremediation process, sir, is mentions about n number of removal of phytochemical, even heavy metals from with the help of vegetables, with the help of fish, with the help of makhana. So sir is mentions about a number of vegetables grown inside the wetlands, and definitely local people, their socio-economic status would be improved with the help of wetlands. If there is a wetland, definitely direct cope up with our nature, because among the most productive ecosystems in the world, comparative sir, talking about terrestrial, rainforest and coral reefs also, an immense variety of species like microbes, plants, insect, amphibians, reptiles, birds. Sir is more focused about variety of fishes, especially in the northeastern India. And I visited one of the Ramsar wetland site, that is East Kolkata wetland. I visited there, sir, and I found whatever you present. I recall since 5 to 7 years before I visited that East Kolkata wetland, and whatever you present, sir, enormously I saw whatever you presenting today. So really a number of things you cover in your lectures are like makana, aquatic vegetables, fish culture, aquatic edible greens you covered, aquatic tuber crops, rhizomes, and role of aquatic vegetables in human, on nutrition, medicinal importance, a number of by and large, sir had a wonderful presentation today on this auspicious occasion on World Wetland Day, sir. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation, sir. And now technical session. Yeah. Second speaker, Dr. Prashant Kumar Srivastava sir, who is from IESD Banaras Chandra Vishwavidyalaya, sir, is elaborated on his topic application of remote sensing in wetland management. Sir, I really much thankful to you. You just like a teacher, you start from what does mean about remote sensing, what is a component function of remote sensing, and you elaborated about geospatial technique, what does mean about it, and what are the platforms, and you a little bit touch about electromagnetic spectrum or electromagnetic radiations, what does mean about it, how to work a remote sensing on various spectrum. You focus on microwave spectrum system, how remote sensing is work on that, what is vector system, SVM system, how to collect satellite images or data from the NRSC Hyderabad, ISRO, or various agencies are there, those who are given us and facilitate us. And you also mentioned about classification process. How we can go for georeferencing our data with the help of GPS, global positioning system, how to procure ground control points for proper monitoring and mapping of exact classes, or you can say data, how we can go for the classification system. And sir is focus about vegetation indices. He's focused more about normalized difference water index and modified water index, how we can calculate with the help of n number of NIR and even SITR, or maybe what n number of radiations coming from the sun, and they have their own beauty in their own spectrum. So thank you very much, sir, for elaborating very nicely how we can manage our wetland with the help of satellite remote sensing in a very short span of time. So Dr. Prashant sir, really you had done a wonderful presentation, spatial modeling. You're talking about flood evidence and depth of the flood, microwave based approaches, and what are the challenges, some sort of challenges we have in our satellite remote sensing. Sometimes it's comes feasible, sometimes we are found it's costlier, but really on the topic you had done a wonderful deliberation, sir, and definitely all people, those who are listening carefully, you definitely will be benefited through your kind presentation. So thank you very much, Dr. Prashant sir and Professor A.K. Pandey sir.
Thank you sir. Thank you.
Nicely presentation. Thank you once again, sir.
For joint.
Sir. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Thakur. My job already he made easy, so he elaborated everything very detailed. So only the thing is that though the floral diversity of the aquatic system, wetland system, Deans are elaborated all the not only the vegetable but all the flora as well as some part of fauna also.
Yes, yes.
Dr. Prashant, as you told, like teacher, he described all the fundamentals of the remote sensing and how those can be applied in the wetland demarcation. So thank you. Now, much awaited since morning, we were waiting our director, Kaziranga National Park, P. Shiv Kumar. So welcome, Shiva. And
good evening, Manu. How are you?
Fine, fine. So we thank you for joining at least in the plenary session, and over to Vijay Lakshmi.
You can invite to Dr. Sir.
Yes, she is inviting.
Okay. I mean, I would like to invite our one of the panelists in the technical section 1, Shri P. Shiv Kumar sir, who is the director of Kaziranga National Park, working as CCF and the director. I guess I have already talked about the resume, a short biodata about you, sir, before. But now directly I won't take much time. So I'm requesting you to give a brief remarks on the I don't know if you have heard any of these presentations, but you can give any remarks on the importance of celebrating Wetland Day at today's national webinar. So, sir.
So thank you all. Seen that Wetland Day, we also had a lot of programs in Kaziranga. And due to COVID, we couldn't have a chief guest, and finally the director became the chief guest for all the programs. That is the reason I couldn't attend the program. And just before this, I was giving a online sessions to one of our institute of Dehradun. So I couldn't say no. So I'm really sorry for that. Related to today Wetland Day discussion, the only point I want to emphasize among our members that this is not the only day to celebrate, because we know that in the calendar, whenever there is a day, we should have organized it and we should discuss. But again, all our discussion paperwork, finally, it's not giving any major impact at the government of India, the state government level, mainly in case of, I'm telling about the policy level decision and discussions. Because we know that we are having vast area under the wetland network, maybe under the protected area, and beyond the protected area network also. The protected area means I'm referring to the national park or wildlife sanctuary, and in case of non-protected area, the area beyond the forest department control. But in case of investment part, we are hardly doing a investment into such to take care of such type of wetland. And we know that apart from our income tax, we used to pay cess for health, and again we are paying a cess for education too. But in case of environment, we know that 1/4 of our land mass under the forest cover, we are having a good land mass beyond our forest cover also. But even hardly 1% of the budget we are basically spending on to take care of our environment, forest, wildlife, wetland, whatnot. But so this is the time that we should emphasize about the ecosystem service tax or ecosystem service charge. We know that we are paying water tax to all the municipal corporations, but again, how much of such money is coming to the area which is basically supplying the water, or which is ecosystem or wetland supplying, meeting such type of demands. We know that throughout the country we are having good number of bottling plants, and we are paying minimum 20 rupees per water bottle. Basically, all these waters are basically coming from our wetland only. But in case of investment, we are not doing. Finally, the person over running the company, he is making the money, and over selling the bottle, they are making the money. But in case of wetland, we are not in a position to do any proper investments. So we should try to emphasize the government that this is the time that we should introduce the ecosystem service tax. So that's the things I want to emphasize from our side, and request to all you that maybe some of you already visited Kaziranga. Kaziranga is basically riverine ecosystems. We are having more than 120 plus permanent wetland, more than 250 plus seasonal wetlands. This area is basically known for a lot of migratory birds related activities. And you know that during the Mann Ki Baat program of last year, February, our Honorable Prime Minister appreciated about our water conservation, wetland management, and migratory birds of Kaziranga. And this year also, during the January Mann Ki Baat, we received appreciation from our Honorable Prime Minister for controlling of rhino poachings. And you know that Kaziranga also known for poachings. And last year was the lowest poaching year, only one poaching. So we received appreciation from our Prime Minister for that interventions. But again, in case of water conservations, Kaziranga put lot of effort, but we couldn't make any policy level impact into, because now still we can say that Kaziranga is basically site specific interventions. So we should make it a movement to make a major impact of wetland conservation throughout the country, because wetland is basically facing a major crisis mainly in the urban area, because lot of wetland is basically converted in the name of development, and we least bother about that things. And the scientific community, we are not putting our points properly in such type of times. So this is a time that we should request the government at different level to have a proper policies. Whenever we want to do any developmental activities in wetland area, they should have a local level authority to get the clearance, and we should ensure that there should be a proper investment to manage such type of wetland, mainly in the name of management and restorations. Thank you.
Thank you. P. Shiv Kumar has done a lot of work in Kaziranga. He is also known as a Kaziranga man in that area. And he got as morning also already his resume deliberated by the Dr. Vijay Lakshmi. So, and he made over 1 decade he spent there in Kaziranga National Park. And like this forest officer, we need to such kind of projects, so that the actual what we are talking about, the approach on the landscape level, and also to think on these aspects, not only on the commercial aspect, but ecosystem services aspect, and the overall larger value of the environmental impact in that our ecosystem. So definitely it's all of us, especially academicians and policymakers, to put pressure that wetlands are very, very essential components of our planet, and they has to be cherished that value which given to other resources, so that it can be last one. So thank you, Shiva. And we hope that many of us might have visited and will be visiting your
welcome
Kaziranga National Park. So, thank you.
Dr. Dobriyal Sahab, Dr. Sukumar Sahab is a noted environmentalist. He has served a decade in Northeastern region and he has got a good experience. And his thought is very holistic. The way he is suggesting for the planners and policy makers that you should have a more consideration about urban areas where this your burgeoning population is creating very much havoc to this your existing old ponds, schools, lakes, and other nature establishments. So if urban areas are taken in good conditions, certainly there will be good improvement of our water bodies. And that is also concerned for our water supply, health, cause, and number of issues related. And the way he has taken a very holistic approach to this your Kaziranga, for its facilitation and for its this your alien weed species, that is also very much appreciable. And we all appreciate Dr. Sukumar Sahab for your work style and the way you are having a love and affections for your work, and especially for Kaziranga and Northeastern regions. I have been in Northeastern regions for a decade, so your love is very much appreciable, and certainly that will be a good directions, good dividends to the people of Northeastern regions and your division also. So once again, thanks for giving the time, and you have accepted our your consent for being a panelist and giving such a beautiful remarks. Certainly that is a noteworthy, that is a notable. Thank you.
Thank you for your kind words, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Again, from my side, I would like to thank you. You are doing a very great work, and I have visited the Kaziranga National Park. It's very beautiful because I was there in Assam for my study. I would like to add, I have already talked about many of the achievements or about your career in before, but I just would like to mention few. He, sir, has received National Forestry Award in 2009, and recently he has also received the Karma Shri Award, Assam Chief Minister Award for Excellence in Public Administration. So he received this award for the revival of rare, endangered, and threatened tree species. So thank you so much, sir, for giving your time and giving your kind remarks regarding today's topic. So with this, we have almost come to the end of this program. So under the plenary session, now the chairperson of today's program, we are having two chairpersons, Dr. A.K. Pandey sir and Dr. Anil Kumar sir, Director Education sir, and our Dean College of Horticulture and Forestry. And our panelists are also there. So if there is some remarks or conclusions, sir, you would like to make, or from all of you, so we can make it here, sir. On your part, if any concluding remarks.
Dr. Tarun, any concluding remark?
No, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Very nice webinar, sir, and very informative. And really, I feel very proud to be a part of this guest, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dean, sir, and all, sir. Thank you very much.
Dean, sir, concluding remark. I think Director Education, sir, is went somewhere. So from your side, sir, concluding remark.
Thanks, Dr. Dobriyal Sahab. First of all, I'm very much thankful and grateful to our worthy Vice Chancellor, Professor Arvind Kumar Sahab. He's a very visionary person, and he's a tall tower personality in academic field. His word and single words, what he utters, that gives a directions for a future line of work. So we are very much thankful to our worthy Vice Chancellor for giving the consent and during inaugural sessions giving the presidential address. Our both morning sessions guest of honor, Dr. Arunachalam and Dr. Goldin. Dr. Goldin belongs to one of the very prestigious institutions under Ministry of Environment and Forest, Dr. Salim Ali Center of Ornithology, and natural history. We all know that the birds are one of the very noble creature of the nature, and our understanding about these birds are very limited. And that Ornithology Center is having a very good work on birds. And I thank to Dr. Golden for focusing on a number of the points. And certainly that subjects is very warm, and we all need to this your good information on that aspect. And in fact, how this your agriculture and birds and all these are related to each other, we have to this or give the major emphasis. Dr. Arunachalam is the known environmentalist and presently is the director of this your COFRI. He speaks in very nutshell, and he has a vast experience from Kerala to this your Arunachal Pradesh, from one directions to other directions, and his suggestions comes in a very particular sense. Morning he was very nicely emphasizing that if for forest wealth is a loss, that is less as compared to this your wetland loss. So is such type of these your words we should take into this your consideration. If this your wetland is the life, so automatically we can get a life to this your forest also. We can give a resurrections, we can give a new life to this your forest also. But once we will wipe out to this your wetland, that will be wiped out forever, and on that account will be wiped out a number of these your precious species, precious flora and fauna. So his thought was very much appreciable. Morning sessions, Dr. Emil Thakur, he gave a very good account of to this your vulture. In fact, vulture that has given a new thoughts that if any our human society is giving any negligence, so what type of these problems we can face into this future. Little mistakes can give a such a this plentiful up to this your havoc, and we are losing this your nature's precious species up to this your vulture, such a beautiful scavenging species. If though that it was a good that in later phase this your our scientists and our planners, policy makers and environmentalists gave a good thought to this your conservation. So certainly that was a very good aspect, and for that sake I very much appreciate to Dr. Emil Thakur for accepting our request and giving such a good account of to this your vulture's existence. And he nicely correlated to this your vulture's habit and habitat with this your wetland. And that too, I was listening his speech on the occasion. He was very nicely correlated to this your fresh wetlands, these your contributions. Dr. Adil Kaji's presentation was very excellent, and I will request to Dr. Dobrial that we can request to this or have his presentation for the students' sake. The way he, as a good teacher, he given a gave a good account of this your number of definitions of wetlands, wetlands classifications, and in very good words. He gave to this your details about to this your wetlands, about its treaty, its extension, its area, causes of to this your wetlands, this your shrinkage, and finally how these your migratory birds are associated with the existence of to this your wetlands. So I thank to very young and very dynamic our Nursery Professor Dr. Adil Kaji Sahab. Dr. Aishwarya Maheshwari from BUT Bada also is a young person, and he is having very close touch with this your faunal biodiversity. On that aspect, his research publications is also very much noteworthy. In second sessions, we could not connect to Dr. Anil Kumar Gupta sir. He was from to this your NIDM, and he has given me the assurance that in next time he will be delivering to this your lecture. But in this session, Dr. Prashant Kumar Srivastava's lecture, and especially that on to this your application of remote sensing for monitoring, managing the wetland, that is very much appreciable. In fact, that is the need of our, and if such technology is coming forward, certainly we can manage this nature's ecosystem or wetland systems very effectively, very efficiently, and with the minimal of this cost, because wetland is such a complex system. Human monitoring, that will be very difficult to assess and go to take its these accounts in threadbare conditions. Only electronic gadgets and the way he has got to this expertise, even in leisure periods, we may invite physically to deliver one good lecture onto this application of remote sensing into management of our monitoring and management of our forest ecosystem, including wetland and to this forest wealth and others. He is a very effective person, and his command on the subject also has given a good input to this webinar. And I am very much thankful right from this morning, our Dean, Dr. O.P. Namir Sahab from Kerala Agriculture University. And morning, after this concluding session of this first sessions, he gave a very good remarks also, and he expressed the need for to this having some legal tooth into Ramsar conventions. Otherwise, you know all that people's many times they don't obey, and many times they don't obey because they don't have such type of this penetration in knowledge, or they don't have such type of this awareness about to this it's a very valuable services of these wetlands. So many times they commit to this such a mistake. Many times they pollute. Many times they even we encroach also to this such a good nature's gift. So, and we should also have to this develop a thoughts that these structures are not ugly. This is the very lovely, and we should also put our effort to make that adversity in good novelty. Such type of this thought we must have. I am very much thankful for Dr. Namir's very good remarks. He is very experienced person, and even he was citing that he is a member of Kerala Biodiversity Board or Authority. So his experience gave a lot of inputs in concluding remarks. P.C. Shankars, about him we have all spoken. P.C. Kumar Sahab as an administrator, he is an administrator one hand, but in second hand he is having a good knowledge about this subject, and he is having good feeling about and good touch he is giving to this manage to this wildlife creature. That is very good service, not for to this Kaziranga, but for to this country and for a wildlife creature. That's why repeatedly our anchoring Dr. Vijayalakshmi, and he himself spoke about to this how our Honorable Prime Minister has given appreciation for his good thoughts. So, and in second sessions, I appreciate Dr. Tarun Thakur Sahab for his very valuable remarks, and the way he has concluded the sessions, his every point, and I am very much happy that he noted every points, and during his these expressions he dwelt every words of speakers. That is a very appreciable skill, sir, and I am very much thankful for accepting our this request and becoming a panelist of this webinar on very short notice. And repeatedly, I will appreciate your such a very good and healthy remarks for to these your presentators.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
My Dr. colleague, Dr. M.J. Dobriyal Sahab, he is our colleague as well as he's a good environmentalist. He is having good thoughts and he's a good planners, and he knows well that how knit the programs very efficiently. And dear participants and all my your colleagues, I am happy to share that was his effort, that he connected, he contacted to all the persons. That's why today we are in such a comfortable positions that we get to this connected with such a number of good persons, very renowned persons of this your field, because you all know that I belong to this your horticulture discipline, and
energy is from you, sir.
great credit goes to my colleague that he is having such a good fraternity among to these your forestry people and such ecosystem people. So thanks, and I will request you that you will continue further how to this your growth up to this your our forestry people and college College of Horticulture and Forestry under the umbrella of RLBCAU. Right from to this your morning by this your moderator and master of the ceremony, Dr. Vijayalakshmi. She comes from to this or Manipur, and she is having her wide travel from to one corner to other corners, and as reflections from to this very nature's this your state Manipur, and she's a neighborhood of to Loktak Lake and such a beautiful place. So all when she speaks, touch to these your programs, and the way she has given to this your whole days of the ceremony, and very nicely knitted words and very quoted word, even I will say in very sugar coated words, very efficiently she has this year organized all the sessions. I said a lot of to Dr. Vijay Lakshmi for her very efficient and very good managing skill, very good organizing skill in this webinar. So with this, I thanks each and everyone associated with these programs. Finally, you can invite to Dr. Rakesh Kumar for vote of thanks. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, sir, for the concluding remarks and giving a brief remarks on every persons who were associated with today's program. Thank you so much, sir. And we also appreciate your hard work that it was possible that today's seminar because of you one day again, Dean, sir. Then, so well, with this, we have come to the end of our national webinar on Wetlands Action Program. For people and nature, Wetlands Action for People and Nature. So in order to officially end this program, I would like to request our one of the organizing secretary, Dr. Rakesh Kumar, Assistant Professor, to give the formal vote of thanks and conclude the program of today.
Thank you, ma'am. So a very good evening to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Arvind Kumar, sir, Guest of Honor, Dr. Goldin, sir, and Dr. A. Arunachalam, sir, Chairperson, Dr. Anil Kumar, sir, and Dr. A.K. Pandey, sir, and panelists of webinar, Dr. P.O. Namir, sir, Shri P. Shiv Kumar, sir, Dr. Tarun Thakur, sir, and Dr. Manmohan Dobias, sir, speaker, faculty, and student who have joined us on this special occasion. So I, Rakesh Kumar, Assistant Professor, Environment Science, on behalf of the entire fraternity of RLBCAU Jhansi, extend my sincere thanks to the alumni for making today's event a great success. I extend a hearty vote of thanks to our fraternity for sparing time from their busy schedule to grace this occasion. And I also wish to extend my thanks to all speakers who enrich our knowledge with their valuable and worthy opinion. We appreciate their efforts in making this event extremely beneficial for all of us. Finally, I would like to thank all the representatives who have graced this occasion with their kind presence. Last but not least, a big thanks to each one of you for making today's Wetland Day a memorable occasion. We thank you for your unconditional support and best wishes. Thanks and have a great evening. And now I would like to seek the permission of our Dean College of Horticulture and Forestry, Dr. A.K. Pandey sir, to end this session. Thank you, sir.
Okay, go ahead. Thanks once again. Thanks to all.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Tarun. And Dr. Navid sir. Dr. Arnachalam sir, since morning he is also, I think, joined there. And all the other panelists and spokespersons. And also this congratulations to students, those win today the program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mashari, Dr. Adil.
Thank you.